Right guys, welcome to Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament for November 14th. Looks like we have about 22 teams participating this evening, meaning we'll have a number of teams with round 1 buys, also a number of round 1 games ready to get themselves going. Again guys, it is now 3 minutes to the hour. Matches are free to start at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so in exactly 3 minutes, you are able to hit that start button if you are sitting in a lobby currently waiting to start your games. And of course, all games must be started within 15 minutes at the point of when they are able to be started, so teams that do not show up before quarter past the hour will be disqualified for no-shows. Again guys, if your opponents do not contact you by 50 minutes past the hour, of course you're doing your best to contact them as well. If you cannot reach them in that time period, you are free to report a win, and you will either be advanced into the next round of play, or will have one of the potential teams that are waiting to play, as they may have checked in late, or not been aware of that check-in period at all, swapped in the place of the no-show teams. Again guys, 2 minutes to the hour here. So we're going to be getting started up momentarily. This is going to be a Not So Stock Gaming Open Bracket Tournament. Again, I believe we have 22 teams participating this evening. I'm going to double check that number here. I've also picked a round 1 game for us to stream this evening. We had UMBC-B team request that they get streamed, and you know what? When I haven't picked somebody and somebody asks, it does make it quite easy for us. So we're sitting in a round 1 lobby here, waiting for Calvin Trolls, I believe, to join the game. Looking like the other team is trying something out in a custom. Might be a slight delay for them to join the lobby. Of course, they do have 15 minutes to get in here and get things started. Also, looking over at the bracket, we do have exactly 22 teams participating this evening. Again, guys, this is going to be a Not So Stock Gaming Open Bracket Tournament. Getting reports that Team 5 Stooges registered but was not added to the bracket. Always an unfortunate event, but I believe your team has failed to check in before the deadline, which would have been 15 minutes ago, so we can form the bracket and get that released for teams to form up their matches for the 7 o'clock mark. If a team does not show up for their round 1 game, we can potentially swap you guys in. So Flame7245, stick around for a little bit. We will let you know as soon as we possibly can. Between 15 and 20 minutes past the hour, we should be able to confirm whether all matches have started, or whether a team is causing a delay and needs to be swapped out. Also having a few more last-minute roster changes come in. We do request you normally email those to us at admin@notsostock.ca, an address will get posted into Twitch chat momentarily. You can also message them to me in client if you have me on your friends list currently. Again, this is Dark Corp shoutcasting for you guys this evening. I'll also get the tournament bracket posted into Twitch chat. Looks like I have not yet done that for you guys, so feel free to head over to the website, check out who is playing this evening. Looks like we are now at the hour mark, so those matches are free to begin if you have all 10 summoners sitting in your lobby. 15 more minutes until they must be started. Teams responsible for delays can be disqualified at 15 minutes past the hour. Alright, and I have effected that roster change for Team Ku Gang, adding Kin in place of Tokishu. So if you're facing off against that team, go ahead and refresh your webpage. You'll see the roster has been updated. Looks like I have 5 summoners still in this lobby. Doesn't look like invites have gone out to Calvin Trolls yet. They may still be in that custom game. That we're going to get the roster posted over into chat for, I believe it is UMBC-B team to invite their opponents. Again guys, it's going to be round 1 of play for a Not So Stock Gaming Open Bracket Tournament. For those of you not familiar with Not So Stock Gaming rules, as we do have 22 teams participating this evening, the first thing I'm going to say is we will have our secondary bracket event, meaning the first 8 teams to lose their matches get a second chance to try for prizing tonight. Check out the webpage for more information on that. Also, the team in the upper half of the bracket is responsible for forming the matchup. So they will be the blue side, and they will invite their opponents generally. I believe in this case we had UMBC form up the match, but they have appropriately moved over to the purple side, and are making sure their opponents get into the game. Again, guys, with 22 teams, we will have a secondary tournament, and once the first 8 teams have lost legitimate matches, meaning they have to show up for that match, they have to play the game, and they have to lose, which is always unfortunate, but they do get a second chance if they are among the first 8 teams to lose. Once that 8 team loses, we will release that secondary bracket for you guys. Also, we are past the hour mark, so teams are able to start those matches, have about 13 minutes remaining to get them started. Again, at 15 minutes past the hour, we can disqualify teams that are causing delays. Looks like we have a number of round 1 buys, also a couple of teams in round 2 with opponents showing. When teams are in that situation, especially if you're also scanning, this can be important. We consider those round 1 games as far as start time is concerned. So Kugang versus Phage Clan, as well as Nova Gaming versus Andrew and Paul Suck, should be getting those matches formed up currently and have 12 minutes remaining to get them started. Also looks like Twitch chat has exploded. I do apologize, I wasn't looking as closely at Twitch chat as I could have been. Give us one moment to go over any comments or questions we have. Again, guys, most of the information of the questions are in the rules. Getting questions about how we form up games, I'll get that rules page posted over into Twitch chat for you as well, though it's also linked from the website at the very top of the page. You can, from the bracket page I should say, you can find that rules tab and head over to check those out. Again, I went over that briefly a moment ago, and we'll go over it once again. The team in the upper half of the bracket, so looking at the A matchup here between Asian Legion and One Shot GG Alpha, Asian Legion is responsible for forming that game, and they will be playing as the blue side. When you are forming up your matches, it's important to make sure you put it into 5 versus 5 mode on the Summoner Rift, and ensure that you select Tournament Draft mode. The reason for Tournament Draft mode is so you have the pause feature available. If you select any mode other than Tournament Draft, you will not be able to pause your games, and as both teams are technically allowed 15 minutes of pause time throughout that game should they require it, having it not available would not be the greatest situation. Getting reports that Andrew and Paul Suck have not responded to their request to start their game yet. If you're a member of Andrew and Paul Suck, you are in round 2, but you do have an opponent showing, so your matchup is expected to be started in the next 10 minutes. Also a question about can non-level 30s compete. That's what I was about to go over, but I got distracted by the secondary bracket event. In Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournaments, it is an open team roster. You can have anyone from level 1 all the way up to level 30, unranked, all the way through Challenger. So the skill gap between teams can be quite huge, but some of these matches are quite fun. And as we get into the finals of tonight's tournament, I expect we'll see some fairly high-level teams coming out. Looking at our round 1 game here, we have a number of Platinum and Diamond ranked summoners. Getting a request in Twitch chat that I say happy birthday Lee from Uncle Mo Lester. With a name like Mo Lester, I have to wonder if you're trolling us, but if you have a 14-year-old niece, happy birthday to her today. Getting reports that a summoner attempting to play tonight does not have the 16 champions required in order to start a draft mode game. Unfortunately, having the 16 champions to be able to start a draft mode game is a requirement for tonight. So unfortunately, we'll have to find a substitute or be disqualified. Alright, we had a member of a team looking to get into the game. We believe Team 5 Stooges, Flame2745. Are you still in Twitch chat? Looks like we have a forfeit in round 1 here, so we can get your team potentially into that slot. Alright, looks like Phage Clan has forfeited their round 1, technically round 2 game, going to be potentially subbing in Team 5 Stooges if they're still around. Heading back over to my Twitch chat, Flame72 something, are you there still? Are there any other teams in that situation as well? Did you guys sign up for tonight but potentially fail to check in, not get yourself added to the bracket? If so, and if you have 5 members currently available, let us know. We've had a few no-shows in round 1, so we can swap a few teams into those positions. Looking like we're still waiting for one member here from UMBC-B team, getting a report that they are currently stuck updating Windows. And as when I turned on my computer, or unslept my computer I should say, I had that screen saying, would you like to restart now or restart later for these updates? It's definitely a believable situation. What just happened? I somehow left a game. Thought I had an invite from somebody looking to add me to their friends list, but somehow ended up back in the game. We're looking to get ourselves back into our round 1 game here, looking to stream the game between Calvin Trolls and UMBC-B team. Again, guys, it's going to be a not-so-stock gaming open bracket tournament. Anyone from level 1 all the way up to 30, unranked all the way through Challenger, able to participate tonight. Alright, I'm not seeing Flame in the Twitch chat, but Kyo-Woo-Hyuk says that Dougman Wonderland is ready to play. So we're swapping Dougman Wonderland in place of Phage Clan. Alright guys, so you can refresh those pages. I don't believe that that's going to auto-update for you. Fortunately, the bracket's not that intuitive. So go ahead and refresh those pages. It's now going to be that round 1 game between Kugang and Dougman Wonderland. Alright, looks like we have another team in a situation where they think they've checked in, or they've signed up at least, and they're looking to play, but have not been added to the bracket. It does occasionally happen teams either forget to check in or check in a little bit late, and they don't get added in. But we do have a couple of teams potentially not showing up for round 1 here. Apologies for silence there, guys. Looking to get a few more roster changes, or bracket changes I should say, affected here. Looks like Pearl Gang has a number of summoners who are not level 30, which is not an issue for tonight's tournament, but unfortunately they don't have 16 champions available, and we do require games to be played in tournament draft mode, which requires you to have at least 16 champions available in your pool. So we are replacing Pearl Gang with Dougman Wonderland. My match is saying Dougman Wonderland has already been taken. No, replacing it with Smelly Pupes. I apologize, guys. So Pearl Gang being replaced by Smelly Pupes with the tag of TSP. Good luck getting that matchup started. So guys, waiting for one more summoner in the lobby at hand here. We do have 4 minutes until, unfortunately, UMBC-B team might end up getting disqualified. Oh, never mind, Smelly Pupes is already in the bracket. I'm just being completely confused by what people need. So it seems like Pearl Gang may simply have to be disqualified, and that team may be getting a bye into the next game, though I'm going to refer to Twitch chat. Are there any other teams who may have signed up but failed to check in and had not gotten added to the bracket? Alright, seeing that 10th Summoner make their way into this lobby, we will have the matchup between Calvin Trolls and UMBC-B team for our round 1 game here tonight in Not So Stock Gaming's Open Bracket Tournament. Alright, coming into this game we have Calvin Trolls on the blue side with UMBC-B team on the purple side, seeing Zed almost instantly banned out by Calvin Trolls, followed up by a Rumble ban coming through from UMBC-B team, and Corky will quickly be banned out as well. Micaiah Bowling saying that they're supposed to get snow where they are in Twitch chat. We actually got snow here where I am today. Lee Sin also being banned out now by UMBC-B team. Ooh, we're getting a little bit of typing lag here. If there's any kind of quality issues coming in through the stream tonight, guys, please let me know, and we'll do our best to get those adjusted for you as quickly as possible. Also seeing Zillion and Janna rounding out the bans from these two teams this evening, meaning we have Zed, Corky, and Zillion banned out by Calvin Trolls, with Rumble, Lee Sin, and Janna banned out by UMBC-B team. Miss A, ex-Susie Bay, is going to lock in Jarvan 4 as the Calvin Trolls jungler, with a Lucian Morgana bottom lane pair getting locked in fairly quickly for UMBCA. It's going to be a very strong bottom lane from the purple team, though it will be contested by a Vayne Leona combo. We'll see how the Leona fares facing off against a support Morgana. Black Shield a little bit tricky against Leona, as her leash still leashes the Leona to it but does not apply her root. So she can use that as a gap close, wait out your Black Shield, and manage the stun still. Also seeing Vayne being hovered over here. Vayne, a great ADC pick, not as popular or as strong in the early game as a Lucian, but if you see them played well through into the mid game, much like a Tristana, they can become very, very strong very quickly. Going to see Braum and Vayne locked in. Interesting to see the Leona swapped out for a Braum pick. Braum is a very strong support in the current meta as well. A little bit more popular than the Leona we saw hovered over initially. Getting reports my mic be a little bit too sensitive, maybe a little bit too sensitive. We can get that adjusted down a tiny bit for you guys. If I'm breathing too loud or talking a little funny, please just let me know. We'll do our best to keep things as, I don't know, cool as possible. Aurelia and a Teemo being hovered over now by UMBC-B team, seeing the Teemo swapped out for an Amumu pick, which will get locked in. Believe Amumu will be their jungler, with Aurelia potentially in the top lane. Park Knight instantly locks in Yasuo for his team. With Jarvan 4 in the jungle, it'll be at least a little bit of synergy for the Yasuo. Vayne has a little bit for him as well as the Braum with his displacement, and the Gragas being locked in for the Calvin Trolls top lane is going to give them a huge wombo combo onto that Yasuo. We'll see how well they can execute those. Syndra will be locked in for UMBC-B team as well here, and Summoners will begin trading around those champions. They have about 60 seconds remaining here to finalize their runes masteries and their summoner spells, and then we'll be into that 3-minute spectator delay period, and onto the Rift for round 1 of play. Again, guys, heading into round 1 of play here this evening. We have UMBC-B team on the purple side, and they're facing off against Calvin Trolls on the blue side. The winners of this matchup will be heading into round 2 to face off against the final Frontier. Name like that, I think we may have some Trekkies playing tonight. Of course, nothing wrong with that. Again, guys, heading into spectator delay now for our round 1 game. We have Calvin Trolls facing off against UMBC-B team. We're going to have an Amumo and a Jarbin 4 in the jungle for these two teams, with a Vayne Braum bottom lane combo facing off against the Lucian Morgana bottom lane combo. I believe we have Syndra in the mid lane for UMBC-B team, which we see facing off against a Yasuo in the mid lane. Going to be a fairly tough matchup for both of those champions, though I think experience says that Syndra has a slight advantage in that, though I could be completely wrong about that. Someone in Twitch chat remind me how that matchup goes between those two champions. I know we've seen it a number of times throughout tournament play. Also a Gragas versus Aurelia in the top lane. This is a matchup I have not previously seen, though I've seen them both in the top lane, not against each other. We'll see how these summoners choose to play that one out. Also a little bit of hype for UMBC-B team in the Twitch chat there. Good luck to both of our Round 1 participants on the stream. For anybody not aware, all of our Round 1 games are occurring concurrently, meaning that all matches have just gotten themselves started. However, we only get to stream one match per round, and we follow the winners of that match into the next round, so forth and so on, until we get all the way to the finals, where we have the best or top two teams for the evening. Again, guys, we are heading into round 1 of play here this evening. We're going to have Calvin Trolls playing from the blue side, with UMBC-B team on the purple side. About a minute of spectator delay now remaining here. Again, heading into a round 1 game for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament for November 14th. Again, we have 22 teams participating this evening, and the first 8 teams to lose their matchups will have a second chance to play tonight in that secondary bracket tournament. I'll also get the bracket link posted back into Twitch chat for everybody. There's also additional information on the webpage about the secondary bracket tournament. Taking a look back at Twitch chat, seems like things have gone a little bit crazy again, but I'm still not needed there. Ooh, a comment that Lucian sucks. We'll see how this lane goes in the bottom lane. Lucian is one of the better rated ADCs, though, and I'd say first tier, if not god tier, according to the charts. Vayne, not rated quite as strongly in the current meta, but still a very strong pick if you know what you're doing down there. Looking at about 15 seconds now until we get into load screen here. Looking to see where everybody finished off with Season 4. It's going to be the first matchup we have for a Not So Stock Gaming tournament where we're going to see Season 4 trims. All our previous tournaments were played throughout Season 4, where we got to look at the Season 3 trim, so these trims will be a little bit more accurate to where these summoners are currently ranked. Alright, and load screen is upon us. Again, guys, round 1 here between Calvin Trolls on the blue side and UMBC-B team on the purple side. Also, if this is your first time joining us for a Not So Stock Gaming tournament stream, we would love if you hit that follow button and join us for future events as well. Here we go, coming into the load screen, we are seeing everybody with their trims. 4 platinum trims and a diamond trim coming out from the from the blue side. Congratulations to all of those summoners achieving the ranks they did in Season 4. Also, 3 diamond trims currently loading in with a platinum trim as well. Coming off of the purple side, getting to see the victorious Morgana skin for the first time here tonight. Waiting on Pick On to connect into the load screen here. We could have an issue coming out from the purple side this early in the event. See if we get him into load screen, or if we get onto the rift. Ah, there we go. Aurelia will be joining us for round 1. We are seeing a 4th diamond trim come out. Ooh, almost tripped myself up there. Alright guys, back to things at hand though. Round 1 of play, Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament. Teams Calvin Trolls on the blue side, UMBC-B team on the purple side. I think we are about ready to hit the rift here. Seems like Twitch chat may be favoring the purple side this evening. Some UMBC alumni in Twitch chat tonight. Alright, my mouse has converted. Here we go. We are on to the Rift. I'll get the scoreboard reorganized for you guys. Junglers just below the top laners. Bottom laners in the bottom half. Alright. There we go. I believe the scoreboard is now accurate. Everybody has purchased their items and are making their way out of the bases. We'll see what kind of level 1 shenanigans we have ensue.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Blue side ping coming out towards their bottom lane Tribush, and that was a Dark Binding coming out of Morgana, but not able to connect. The poke from Braum also not connecting. Was a 3 versus 1 situation against Morgana, but she will get out of that without taking any damage. Weaver will come out from the Jarvan 4. Dark Binding will connect onto him, but they're going to clear out the Sight Ward. Looking like Yasuo will come in against the Syndra. Syndra chunked down to about half HP as minions spawn up onto the map. A health bot has been utilized by Syndra, seeing her try to chunk down the Yasuo as well. Yasuo down to about 300 HP in this exchange. Auto attacks continue coming in from the Syndra. Lucian looking to come into range to finish that off, but Yasuo will get back to safety. I believe both of those summoners will be affecting recalls before we get into laning phase. I thought I heard the minions have spawned call, but I'm not seeing minions currently on the map. There we go, minions have now spawned. Yasuo has recalled and is making his way back out into lane, while Syndra chose to stay in lane, having utilized a health potion. Is a bit of a questionable choice. Seeing both junglers also start in the bottom half of the map, meaning that Amumu will be picking up his much needed blue buff, while Jarvan 4 starts on his red. Yasuo looking for a bit of an early advantage, will zone Syndra, but she's going to manage to pick up a little bit of farm despite the fact that she's been zoned back against the Yasuo. Yasuo has utilized, I believe, his E onto most of those minions, so it's not going to be all that mobile for the next 20 seconds, seeing him tick down to about 300 HP once again in that mid lane matchup. Vayne looking for some last hits here as her farm gets fairly low. Syndra down to 200 HP as Yasuo re-engages onto her in the mid lane, and Jarvan 4 may be coming for an early gank, or maybe looking for some counter jungle against the Amumu. Bit of poke coming up from Lucian will connect onto minions, not quite able to connect onto Vayne. Dark Binding will come through from the Morgana again, not connecting onto Vayne. Going to be some action in the top lane as Red looks for damage against the Gragas. More poke coming up from Lucian. This time it does connect onto the Vayne, but Braum exchanges poke back onto Lucian before Dark Binding comes out from Morgana. Vayne has been locked down, is down to about 300 HP. Yasuo also getting very low in the mid lane. Auto attacks and then Flash come out from the Syndra. Ignite is on him, he will go down. First blood at just before the 3-minute mark here in round 1 of play. It will go over to UMBC-B team. Braum looks to engage against Morgana. His poke will come through. She has been slowed down. Morgana down to about half HP. Vayne also down to half HP in the exchange. We're going to see both ADCs focus on the supports, but Braum will get punished for it. Lucian sitting with full HP gets Braum down to 300. It's going to be a gank in the top lane as well, but the advantage toss will not connect onto Gragas. Gragas using his body slam at an opportune moment to get himself to safety. Tip-top Fiora in the Twitch chat suggesting we get a co-caster. We do have a number of casters for Not So Stock Gaming, and we are always looking for new casters as well. If you guys are interested in joining me or joining one of our other casters to host events, go ahead and email us at admin@notsostock.ca, and we would love to, or we will get back to you, and would love to talk to you more about that possibility. Seeing Braum and Vayne look to engage back onto Lucian here. Lucian has been locked down. Exhaust will come out from the Braum as well. Cesspool coming out from Morgana. We're going to see Braum and Vayne get fairly low. Another gank into the top lane, this time from the Jarvan 4. Aurelia could be in trouble. Her flash will come out a little bit early, but is going to be enough to get her safely back to her turret. Seeing excited Soup in the Twitch chat joining us from a party on his phone. That, my friend, is dedication. Yasuo has been locked down by the Syndra Amumu. I believe he will be going down. Yes, will go down once again. Going to see now a 2-4-0 kill score in favor of UMBC-B team. Amumu and Syndra now trying to lock down the Jarvan 4 as well. Aurelia making way from the top lane. We could see Jarvan 4 go down here. Jarvan 4 lances himself to safety. I believe Ignite has not come out. He's down to 50 HP as a stun comes through from the Syndra. We'll see if they choose to dive onto this turret. Aurelia coming in from behind. I believe she will be able to reconnect onto Jarvan 4, but he takes a route out the long way. She will take 2 turrets forward. Locks Aurelia up onto the turret. She picks up the kill. One more turret, though. It's going to be an exchange as Jarvan 4 picks up a kill onto Aurelia. Well played by Jarvan 4. Bit of action coming out onto the Morgana, but she quickly makes her way to safety. Dark Binding will come back through from Morgana, but slides directly between the Braum and Vayne. Before coming up from Braum will not connect onto Vayne. We're going to see Vayne and Braum re-engage onto the Morgana. Not targeting Lucian is a questionable choice here. Vayne will get locked down. Heal comes out from the Vayne, but she will be going down here. Indeed, now a 4-for-1 kill score in favor of UMBC-B team. Cavalin Trolls is going to need to look to change this up a bit. Get a few turnaround. I apologize, guys. Look to change this up, get a few kills, turn this match around into their favor. Of course, an early game lead doesn't necessarily translate well into a mid or late game lead. We'll see if UMBC can maintain their advantage through this matchup. Gragas can come back in against Aurelia, but he is fairly low. Aurelia will re-engage onto the Gragas. Looks to pursue this. He's down to 200. We believe there will be a kill going in onto Gragas here. Moon comes in, not quite able to land Bandage Toss once again, and Gragas actually makes his way safely back to that top lane turret, begins to recall. Seeing Lucian and Morgana also choose to recall from the bottom lane, while Braum and Vayne are zoned against their turret. Taking a look at the farm numbers across the board here, looks like the pro side does have an advantage in the bottom and mid lane, but Gragas is up a little bit over Aurelia, and the junglers are currently deadlocked, though Amumu does have 2 assists. Yasuo looks to re-engage against the Syndra. Syndra looking for more damage back onto Yasuo, but both of them will be fairly ineffective challenging their opponents. Who is on his Wraith camp, could be coming in for a gank into the mid lane fairly soon. Believe Jarvan 4 may have just picked up his 2nd blue buff of the game, or it may be looking to respawn momentarily, and he hand that over onto Yasuo. Though Yasuo not doing all that well in this point in the game, Jarvan 4 might not be all that hard pressed to take. Sorry. It might not be all that bad of a choice for Jarvan 4 to end up taking the 2nd blue buff. Seeing as red just respawning, the blue buff is still down from his first clear. I believe we'll be back up in about 45 seconds at this point. Aurelia and Gragas doing a little bit of exchange in the top lane, where we're seeing not a whole lot of pressure come out from either of those champions right now. Dark Binding will connect onto the Braum, and a double shot comes out from Lucian. Yasuo getting fairly low in the mid lane as well. Looking for the stun to come in from the Syndra. Would finish things off, but her ultimate comes in with flash over his wind wall, and that's going to be what she needs for another kill in the mid lane. Aurelia looking for a play against Gragas. Gragas will ult the Aurelia back, though, looking to maintain his life once again, despite being very, very low in the top lane. Vayne and Braum once again forced off of their farm here. Seeing Vayne sit down about 11 farm under Lucian. J4 looking for a gank into the bottom lane here. I believe there is not a red side ward in the tribe, so he has not yet been spotted out. Manages to not quite land his EQ combo. Going to see some poke coming back in from the Lucian, as well as Morgana. I believe her Dark Binding is not available, having recently been used. Looking to have it come off of cooldown momentarily, though. Indeed, it does come off cooldown, but she throws it directly between the Vayne and Braum, not quite able to connect that. Jarvan 4 also heading towards his golems there, may make his way back into the bottom lane, as we're seeing Braum and Vayne take a huge amount of pressure from the purple side bottom lane pair. Braum actually re-engages against Lucian, misses his poke, but Unbreakable Wall is up still. Black Shield will come out onto Lucian. Looking at a visual update from the Black Shield, unless that's a trait of the Victorious Morgana skin. Gragas regenerating fairly effectively in the top lane, back up to about half HP despite being down to below 200 in the last exchange we saw between him and Aurelia. Looking like Aurelia will re-engage and use her ultimate against Gragas. Gragas back down to 200 HP, or down to about 150 HP, but makes his way again safely to that top lane outer turret. Begins to recall from behind the turret. Aurelia is looking for pressure against it now, but Amumu will come up. See if Gragas can get out. Gragas will get out. Aurelia looking to get minions to that turret. Mumu will fall off it. Looking like Jarvan 4 has been spotted out in their jungle. Not quite sure how that's going to play out. Mumu looks to come back in here, and minions are on that top lane turret. Cask will come out from the Gragas. Jarvan 4 looking to re-engage onto the purple team. Aurelia begins to back from the river. Amu makes his way back onto his side of the map. Going to be a bit of a stalemate in the top lane. Jarvan 4 making his way back towards mid lane. No, back towards his side of the jungle. There's going to be some action in the bottom lane here. Morgana looking for a dark binding. It connects onto Vayne despite the tumble. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to capitalize on that well-placed dark binding. Unbreakable shield comes out from Braum once again, then getting a little bit of damage coming through from the Lucian. Dark binding again onto Vayne. This time the culling will come out from Lucian. Braum will mitigate most of that damage. Ultimate as well as exhaust coming through from the Braum. Yasuo now into the bottom. A little damage coming out from Vayne onto Morgana. Black shield has come out onto Lucian. And dark binding locks down Yasuo as Vayne and Braum look to continue that teleporting in from Aurelia from the top lane. We're going to see a 3 versus 3 fight in the bottom lane. Aurelia might be in trouble. Heal has just come out from the Vayne, but Vayne and Braum are very low in this fight. Syndra also into the bottom lane. Vayne and Braum will both go down. Yasuo down to 300 feet. Yasuo will go down as well. That is a huge rotation coming out of UMBC-B team. That was very well executed by the person. They are now 8-1, sitting 4,000 gold above their opponents at this 10-minute mark in the game. We have not yet seen a turret go down. Looking at that top lane score, Gragas has also not yet gone down. We've seen him get very, very low, but managed to get out with his life from every situation so far. His ultimate will come out against the Aurelia, and there's going to be action around the Dragon Pit. Jarvan 4 will go down. Amumu going down here as well, though. Gragas is still alive in the top lane. Aurelia is not in the top lane. I apologize. Gragas was fighting Amumu in the top lane. Thought he was fighting Aurelia, but Aurelia had teleported into the bot lane, was successful taking down the dragon. I do apologize for my confusion there. Seeing Gragas make an amazing play there. They took down the purple. Sorry, he took down the purple side jungler and is looking to respond to their dragon play here by taking down this top lane outer turret as well. Turret down to about a quarter HP. Aurelia might be able to get there in time, and as Gragas is slowly losing that minion wave, he will not quite finish the turret off. However, taking down Amumu is still a great play from. We're seeing him the only team member on his team, at least, to have not yet died. Apologies for the silence there, guys. That's 2 more kills going over to UMBC-B team. Ultimate comes out from Morgana, but she gets locked down by the Vayne. Ultimate comes out from the Jarvan 4, and Vayne will go down, though. It's going to be a trade of the ADCs as Lucian also goes down. Jarvan 4 looking for a kill against the Morgana, but she is still fairly healthy. It looks like he's going to get a little bit of farm in the bottom lane. Getting reports that this Salt Gang is being a little bit salty against salty throws. Oh, the drama. I apologize for my lack of shoutcasting here, guys. A couple of admin issues coming in. Again, looking at UMBC being 13-3 here. They have 1 dragon as well as now the first turret of the game. It will be a little bit distracting next moments while I try and figure out what's going on with that round 2 match between the Salt Gang and a team Salty Throws. Alright, looks like Rygar's going to deal with that for us. Seeing action in the ball lane. Vayne will once again be going down here to the Lucian. Though Lucian did go down to about 300 HP. Had Vayne managed an extra tumble, had her ultimate available there, she may have been able to pick up the kill onto Lucian, but Lucian now sitting 6-1 is very powerful for his team. Looking like Syndra is also 6-3 for her team. ADC in mid lane for UMBC being very strong in this matchup. Braum clearing out a little bit of vision from the purple side here. Going to use his ultimate to try and get out of this with his life, but with Syndra and Morgana on him, no, he will manage to get as he stands behind me onto the Jarvan 4 and gets himself to safety. Also not quite sure why I wasn't seeing PMs in-game. It's a little bit odd. Normally I do get those. Also seeing a blue side turret in the bottom lane going down, and their mid lane turret also very low here will go down to a last hit from the Syndra. Looks like Yasuo could be in trouble here. Yasuo will go down. Now a 16-2-3 kill score, a 3-2-1 turret score. Looks like Gragas was successful taking down that top lane outer turret for his team. Dark Binding comes in onto the Jarvan 4 as he steps onto where the Culling comes out from Lucian. Jarvan 4 down to 400 HP. Lucian looking to get this with his life though, as Braum comes in as well. Jarvan 4 also in that same situation. Syndra taking pressure from Gragas down to 200. He will disengage that fight as a Mumu comes in and Gragas will go down. He's going to be his second death in the game. Braum and Vayne currently in the mid lane, while Yasuo looks to do the same thing. They could be looking to siege down this mid lane outer turret. Indeed, as Vayne and Braum continue their advance, but that is going to be exactly what they're looking for. Braum begins to take some turret, so as he lands poke onto Morgana, mid laner turret down to half its HP. However, they will lose minion pressure, and Vayne will be forced to tumble away. Syndra and Morgana now into the mid lane looking to defend. Going to see Jarvan 4 and Gragas also make their way up the mid lane for the blue side, potentially being as far behind as they are. They're saying all or nothing time. UMBC-B team getting a little bit of pressure. Stun coming in from Syndra. Her ultimate comes through as well, but Vayne gets out with her life. Ignite is on her though. Vayne will go down to the ticks from Ignite. Jarvan 4 also getting very low. Will go down as well. Going to be a 2-for-0 trade here in favor of UMBC-B team. Yasuo goes full ham back in on the Syndra. Ignite comes out as well, but it's not going to be enough to take her down, and Yasuo will pay with his life for that one. Ultimate comes out from Braum. Will lock down the Lucian. Braum flashes away behind his turret. We're seeing Gragas and Braum look to defend this mid lane inner turret. They do have minion pressure coming out into the bottom lane, seeing a purple side ping come towards that bottom lane outer turret. Syndra will be responding to that pressure, but will it be in time? Gragas now fending off 4 members from UMBC-B team all by himself. This Gragas has been doing very well for his team so far. Also looks like we have a few win reports trickling in here. Seems like 3 round 1 games have concluded so far. Syndra taking a huge amount of pressure in the bottom and missing about 200 HP. I believe that may have been mainly from the mid, or she may have had that HP coming down from the mid lane after the team fight. Gragas and Vayne looking for more pressure against this mid lane outer turret. We could see the turret going down. Morgana is there to contest. Will drop her cesspool on to minions, looking to clear out as much as she can, but Vayne will be successful, I believe, taking this turret down. Culling comes out from Lucian. Vayne getting very low. It's going to be 3 members of UMBC-B team respond to that, and Vayne will go down. I believe Gragas will go down as well, but taking that turret they may still be saying worth. Again, now a 3-4-2 turret score. UMBC-B team has an 11,000 goal lead. They're sitting up 22 kills to 3. They have been performing very, very well in this round 1 matchup. Morgana looking pressure into the middle. She is all by herself, though 3 members from Calvin Trolls will be responding to that.
Purple team has slain the dragon.
Gonna be some action here onto Braum. After UMBC-B team takes a second dragon of the game, they will pick up a kill onto Braum as well. Gave themselves roughly a 14,000 gold lead. Alright, Gragas will go down there, I believe, to the ultimate from the Syndra, and I do apologize for my distraction there, guys. Getting reports that a team is currently playing the wrong team in their round 1 game, which is a little bit distressing. Syndra will pick up a triple kill there, another thing that's a little bit distressing. Syndra sitting 11-0-5. Calvin Trolls is going to need to mount an amazing offensive if they want to shut her down at this point. The culling has come through onto Braum. That mid lane inhibitor turret will go down. Vayne getting a very low flash comes through from the Aurelia, and Vayne also goes down here. Gragas and Jarvan 4 looking to keep this inhibitor alive. There's going to be 4 members of UMBC-B team on that inhibitor shield. Jarvan 4 getting very low here. May go down, will go down. Inhibitor also going down here. Ultimate coming out from the Gragas. However, Lucian dashes aside from it. Jarvan 4 will go down as well here. But Aurelia is going to be shut down by the Gragas. UMBC-B team looking for their first Nexus turret of the game. They will pick up that first Nexus turret. Braum looking to re-engage with assistance from the Yasuo as well as Gragas here. Exhaust came out on Lucian. The Black Shield is on Lucian as well, though. Lucian down to 200. He will go down. We're also seeing the Amumu get locked down there. Gragas will pick up a double kill. And Aurelia is not yet back on the map, so only Morgana and Syndra left for UMBC-B team. A pause will come out here. Not quite sure what happened. Aurelia just reconnecting here. It appears that Aurelia had disconnected. Alright, seeing Aurelia reconnect, I believe we'll be seeing this game come back out from this pause timer momentarily. Again, guys, we're about 20 minutes in this matchup, looking at a 29-6 kill score, a 6-2 turret score, with a 16,000 gold advantage on the purple side. Again, this is Calvin Trolls on the blue team, facing off against UMBC-B team on the purple side. Tipped off, you're a little bit confused by the pause time? Yes, indeed. Custom games, as long as it is tournament draft mode, there is a pause available. If you do not select tournament draft, unfortunately the pause will not be available to you. We've had that happen on a number of occasions where teams start up in the wrong game mode, but as long as you start with the correct mode, you are good to pause. We allow 15 minutes of pause time for both teams. Going to be a huge amount of action here as blue side grossly overextends against that mid lane inner turret. Morgana looking for a kill against the Gragas. Gragas, who's been doing so well for himself. To surrender will come out from Calvin Trolls as we have just reached the 20-minute mark. Good game for UMBC-B team. I believe Calvin Trolls is making their way on into the secondary tournament. Alright, going to get that win affected onto the bracket for you guys. Again, UMBC-B team just emerged victorious over Calvin Trolls in round 1 of play. Waiting on 2 more round 1 games to conclude those games between Asian Legion and One Shot GG Alpha, as well as Hasta Luego versus Radek Nation. It's weird, I do have the messages. Maybe you sent it to me when I was in load screen. That is the only thing I can think to explain why I wouldn't have gotten those messages. I do apologize out to you. We are looking into that issue. Seems like the Salt Gang may have started a game against the wrong team somehow. They were originally sitting in round 2 with a bye, but Salty Throws advance into round 2 as Pearl Gang had a number of summoners who didn't have 16 champions available to them and couldn't actually start a tournament draft mode game. So unfortunately we did have to disqualify that team. Now the Salt Gang and Salty Throws should be facing off against each other in round 2, but it seems like there's been a little bit of confusion getting that game started. Again, looking to get the game between the Final Frontier and UMBC-B team started up. This is not the game I'm looking for. Ooh, would have been a little bit disastrous had I entered a random team builder game there. Again, guys, heading into round 2 of play here for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament. Summoners can be anywhere from level 1 to 30, unranked to challenger, but you do need to have 16 champions in order to start a draft mode game. Keeping that in mind, I do apologize to anybody inconvenienced by that fact. Again, guys, looking to start the game between the Final Frontier and UMBC-B team. Gonna check out the team roster for Final Frontier here. Hitting too many buttons. Too many buttons again. There we go. One more. Yes. Alright, I'm not recognizing any of those summoner names, so I will rely on UMBC-B team to send me an invite when they get a chance. Getting some reports that teams have finished their games, but the bracket has not yet updated. Looks like we've had a number of wins come in over the last 3 minutes. Team Nova Gaming as well as One Shot GG, both winning their round 1 games. apologize, Nova Gaming was in round 2 against Andrew and Paul Sucks, getting those wins affected onto the bracket. Not quite sure what happened with Clan Rand Sally, who was managing that a few moments ago, so I'm going to take a moment to update the brackets here myself, see where he's potentially gotten off to again. Again, that was a round 1 win for One Shot GG Alpha, getting that affected for you guys. It seems like they have emerged victorious over Asian Legion. Going to see if we've missed any other match reports here. Also, I'm sitting not in spectator mode, switching myself down to spectate. Looks like we are up to date. Also looks like we have 6 matches that have concluded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 indeed. So the next 2 games to conclude will be the last 2 teams losing that make their way into the secondary bracket tournament tonight. I do apologize for my silence there, guys. Whoa, blind pick, no. Alright, looks like we have a blind pick game here. Again, the importance of tournament draft mode. I cannot stress enough. In blind pick, not only will you not get to ban champions, you will not get pick orders, you won't get pause mode either. Everybody leaving the lobby, I should be getting an invite to the correct game momentarily. Technically that was the correct game, but not in the correct game mode. Unfortunate for them there. Again, guys, we've had 6 matches conclude, so we have 6 teams currently qualified into the secondary tournament. We're waiting for 2 more games to finish off. Yes, TSG. One sec, guys. While we get this matchup started, just going to see what's going on with that. And I should have an invite to the game. Apologies for my distraction there, guys. Kind of weird that a team's apparently playing a game they shouldn't be playing, and their opponents are like, dude, what's going on? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I really don't. I don't know why the Salt Gang would be in a matchup they're not supposed to be in. I'm seeing TSG Gomu in a matchup currently. I do see TSG Gomu on their team roster, but the other team members are not currently in a game, at least as far as I could see. I'm seeing TSG Chaos now in a game, though. Again, I apologize for my silence. They're trying to get this little thing worked out. I have a few members from TSG on my friends list. They've been playing as a team and as separate people for a number of months now. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Just waiting for a few more members of the matchup at hand, though, to get in lobby as well. Alright, seems like we have 10 summoners in this lobby. Again, guys, going to be Final Frontier, should be on the blue side, with UMBC-B team on the B side. Alright, looks like the Salt Gang is going to be disqualified from tonight's event. Their team not available to play, and it's been more than 15 minutes since that matchup was made available. We have Team Salty Throws advancing through into the quarterfinals by a second no-show. Salty Throws, are you guys being so salty your opponents are throwing those matches for you? That is quite impressive. Yes, I know there's scareware on my computer. Ha. Ha. Alright, we do have all the 10 summoners in the lobby at hand. Again, guys, we have Final Frontier on the blue side, facing off against UMBC-B team on the purple side. Looking like a gold, diamond, platinum team on the blue side, with a mainly diamond team on the purple side with their 1 platinum 1 summoner. Hikaru Shindu not quite lucky enough to get into diamond for end of season rewards. Alright, and we are into champion selection here, guys. I do apologize, I've not been paying as much attention to Twitch chat as I could, but it seems like we're good. Alright guys, again we are in champion section here for the matchup between Final Frontier on the blue side and UMBC-B team on the purple side, seeing Morgana as the first ban from Final Frontier. Either a standard ban for them, or they watched that round 1 game with UMBC-B team where they had a Lucian Morgana bottom lane pair. Seeing Misfortune banned out by UMBC-B team, followed up by a Syndra ban. I believe these are respect bans for UMBC-B team. We saw Morgana and Syndra both played by them in round 1. Also, Rumble being banned out by UMBC-B team on the purple side here. Waiting on that last ban to come through now from Final Frontier. Going to be a Nasus ban. I think that one's a little bit randomized there. Again, a potential standard ban for them. I'm not quite sure if anybody from UMBC-B team plays a mean Nasus, or if they just don't like the potential of Nasus getting those stacks throughout the early and mid game and coming out as a late game monster. And Tip Top Viewer in Twitch chat, that kinda sucks. Getting a report said he had gotten really busy towards the end of the season and unfortunately didn't have time to do his best to make his way from Platinum into Diamond, another summoner without those Diamond rewards. Of course, I got Silver rewards despite being a member of a Challenger team currently. Seeing people, or seeing the Challenger thing on my friends list, sorry, people on my friends list seeing that Challenger status are like, dude, you've got a Silver trim. And yes, it makes me want to cry a little. Alright, Thresh has been locked in here by Final Frontier though, as well as Janna now being hovered over by Andurge on UMBC-B team. Looking like Linim will be picking up Lucian for their team as well. Going to see a Lucian-Janna bottom lane pair coming out from the purple side this evening. We've already seen a Thresh locked in by the blue side, looking to see what their ADC to accompany their support will be. Waiting on Explosive Waffle and Precaution to lock in their champions. Of course, had they entered the champion selection in the opposite order they are, it would have been much more appropriate. I believe the Precaution should come before the Explosion Waffle. Seeing Jarvan 4 locked in here by Explosive Waffle and Tristana getting hovered over by Precaution. Tristana, one of those top-tier ADCs, a great contest for a Lucian pick, but in the early game, Lucian can pick up an advantage. Tristana will be backpedaling a little bit until we reach that 15-20 minute mark. Seeing Tristana swapped out for a potential Jinx pick here, we'll see what they end up locking in. And Jinx will get locked in. We'll see a Thresh Jinx bottom lane pair from the blue side. Again, guys, it is Final Frontier on the blue side with UMBC-B team on the purple side. Hikaru Shindo will lock in Amumu, and we're seeing pick on hover over Shen, swap out for Rammus, go over to Nocturne. Going to show us a little bit of Poppy as well. I believe we saw them playing Aurelia in the top lane for their last round of play. Wondering if they'll pick up Aurelia since she has not been banned out here. Getting reports that I've butchered another name. It is apparently Ender DJ on the purple team, not Andurge. Alright, pick on swapping out for an Aurelia pick, as we suspected. See if that will be locked in for their round 2 game as well. Alright. Alright, the Aurelia will be locked in here, handing things back over to Palindrome and Beast in bed. Looking for a top and mid lane pick from Final Frontier here. Palindrome hovering over Orianna for their mid lane. We have not yet seen the mid lane come out of UMBC-B team, though it was Syndra in the last round. Syndra having been banned out this matchup. I'm not quite sure what they're planning to play. Beast in bed will hover over Jax, lock in Jax for his team as well. It's been so long since I've seen a Jax played in a Not So Stock Gaming tournament. It's gonna be fun. Alright, Palindrome swapping out for the Teemo. I don't think Teemo will be locked in, especially not with Jax already locked in. Switches it back out for the Orianna pick and locks that one in. Now waiting on Lovers X Requiem to finalize their mid lane champion selection for UMBC-B team. Looks like we've had a couple more win reports coming here. Do apologize for the delays, guys. Again, Salty Throws did emerge victorious over Salt Gang by default. Then we have Radek Nation emerging victorious in their round 1 game against Hasta Luega. Looking like after that we have the Kugang winning a matchup. Kugang was facing off against Dugman Wonderland. Also, when I reported that we had 6 wins, I wasn't accounting for the 2 forfeits we had, so I think we're now at technically 6 wins. Again, that was Kugang emerging victorious over... Sorry, Dugman Wonderland emerging victorious. No, what am I doing here? Alright, it is Kugang emerging victorious over Dugman Wonderland in round 1. Sorry, round 2 technically of play, but they had a round 1 bye. But we have a few more wins coming in as well. No, just a loss reported from Dugman Wonderland as well as Hasta Luega. The bracket should now be up to date. Oh no, I took so long updating the bracket for Radek Nation that it seems like their ADC may not be able to play. But they has returned. We're good to go there again. And we're also in that 60-second period where summoners can finalize their runes masteries and summoner spells for the matchup we have on the stream this evening for round 2. Also, we've seen Lovers X Requiem lock in Surath to face off against Orianna. Surath will have a range advantage, but I believe Orianna has a little bit of damage on him as well as a huge amount of utility. Alright guys, apologies for my silence there. Just alerting our admin team that we are getting close to that 8-team mark, or 8-game conclusion mark, meaning that our secondary bracket tournament will be needing to get formed up momentarily for you guys. I believe we've had 2, possibly 3 forfeits in round 1 and 2, meaning with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games that have concluded, we actually need 1 more game to finish before our 8th team will have officially lost a matchup. Again, we had Pearl Gang, as well as the Salt Gang forfeit their round 1 matches. Alright, and we're about halfway through spectatorly here as well, guys. I do apologize for my distraction. A little bit of chaos heading into round 2, apparently. Again, the Salt Gang not being able to play this evening. A couple of teams trying to get themselves started up for their round 2 game. Seems like Radek Nation may have a bit of an issue with their ADC. Not quite sure if they can play their round 2 game or not. Hopefully they can get that all sorted out and get that matchup started. Also waiting on 1 more game to conclude for our secondary event to get itself started. Alright, about a minute of spectator delay remaining also. Tip-top Fiora saying that I do need that duo caster indeed. When I am solo, it can get a little bit hectic. Normally things go a little bit smoother than they do, but when we're getting ready for that secondary bracket, especially when my co-admin either falls asleep in his chair or has to go deal with his kid, not quite sure what happened there yet. Yeah, it does get a little hectic. I do apologize for that. We do our best to keep things as smooth and fun for everybody as possible. Again, guys, heading into round 2 of play here, we have Final Frontier on the blue side with UMBC-B team, our victors from round 1, on the purple side. We'll see if Final Frontier can emerge victorious or if UMBC-B team will manage to dominate a second game here. Alright, looking like we are adding a Force of Arms to... which team was that? Oh my. Ah yes, Radic Nation. Alright guys, we are adding something of arms. And of course I'm heading into game now, so I can't even see what it was. Oh my, oh my. Alright guys, we are heading into load screen here. I believe I've got somebody dealing with the other admin issues I was trying to get a hold of there. Again, we have a roster change for Radic Nation. We will do our best to confirm that, and the summoner will be allowed to play. We're heading into round 2 of play here. The matchup for the stream this evening is going to be Final Frontier on the blue side, seeing a diamond trim come out from Precaution. We have 1 silver player, 2 gold players, and a platinum player on their team as well. And the mostly diamond team from the first side with their 1 platinum trimmed player. Again, trims did update only a few days ago with Season 4 concluding, so these are their current rankings. Getting a few questions about the secondary tournament in Twitch chat. Again, once we have an 8th team that actually plays their first game and loses, we will be releasing the secondary tournament. I know the bracket is showing 9 matches that have concluded, but 2 of those were forfeits, meaning that those teams were not available for play this evening, and unfortunately can't play in the secondary event. Alright, adding Lucian is my nig to Radic Nation. A little bit of a salty name there, but if you gotta play, you gotta play. Alright, we are in round 2 of play here, guys. Once again, it is Final Frontier on the blue side with UMBC-B team on the purple side, seeing everybody managing to make their way out of the base. Everybody has actually connected into this game. Everybody has purchased their items. Going to be a little bit of level 1 shenanigans potentially. Jarvan 4 gets a ward into the Pixel Bush. Also seeing a purple side ward come into their jungle, but not quite as deep as I'd normally like to see it. Those 3 members from the blue team are not going to be spotted out here. I'm seeing all 5 members of Final Frontier in the bottom half of the map, and a purple side ping will come out towards the blue side tri-bush. Looking like a purple side ward is in that bush currently. They have not spotted out the 5 members from the blue team. I believe we will be seeing a late invade coming out from Final Frontier. Sitting there stacked up just behind the Dragon Pit, waiting out until maybe the 1 minute 40-second mark, maybe the 50-second mark, heading over to try and steal away the blue buff from Amumu. But Amumu is on the top half of the map looking for his early red buff, potentially. Looking to actually trade that blue buff with their opponents. Suspect that UMBC-B team may be aware that Final Frontier is planning some early shenanigans here. The 45-second mark has come. Blue side is starting to move themselves around. They're going to make their way onto the purple side of the map. Dessence will come through into the empty Pixel Bush. Dessence is now on to cooldown, is not available. Blue buff is now on the purple side of the map. Amumu has started on his red without a leash from his assisting summoners. Aurelia and Sarath starting out in the top lane. Lucian and Janna making their way towards the bottom half of the map. Jax begins to teleport towards his top lane outer turret. We'll have a 200-second cooldown on that. Blue buff will be smited down by Jarvan Forest to make his way back onto his side of the map without clearing out the second two lizards, meaning that the blue buff will not be respawning until Jax makes his way onto the bottom half of the map and clears those out. Also seeing some questions about which teams are playing, which teams were DQ'd. It was Pearl Gang, I believe. Let me double check that team name. Yes, Pearl Gang, as well as the Salt Gang. Both of those teams not able to field a full 5-man roster for their first games. Always an unfortunate situation. A little bit of poke coming out from Sarath and Orianna in the mid lane. I should also get this scoreboard reorganized for you guys. Alright, looks like things are pretty good there. Again, we have Jax versus Aurelia in the top lane, with a Orianna versus Sarath mid lane. Jarvan 4 and Amumu both in the jungle, as well as Jinx Thresh playing against a Lucian and Janna pair in the bottom lane. Seeing top lane with the most action currently, Jarvan 4 may be coming up for a fairly early gank here, though 3 minutes in, that's not all that early. We've seen him clear out both his blue... Apologies, didn't go for his red camp, but Aurelia is going down here. I believe they're actually going to fall off that with her at 50 HP. The health bot taking away, getting her fairly healthy. Jarvan 4 and Jax not willing to go into turret range for first blood. Just one more auto attack, and they had Aurelia. That was a great play by the blue side. They will force her out of lane, but unfortunately will not get that first blood gold. Lucian and Janna looking to zone the Jinx Thresh pair against their turret. Destined from Thresh not quite able to connect. A bit of poke coming through from Sarath, not doing nearly as much damage to the Orianna as he was looking for. Takes a bit of poke from Orianna as well in that. Looking like Radic Nation may not be able to field their team even with substitutes. It's going to be an unfortunate situation for them, winning their first game and then not playing their second. Alright, and Clan Rensali has returned to do the admin thingies, meaning that once that next game does conclude, the secondary bracket tournament will quickly be released for you guys. Alright, Jinx throwing a little poke, does not connect on Janna. That was a quite skillful juke from the Janna, if that was actually a planned juke. Seeing Janna and Lucian manage to zone the Jinx Thresh completely off of this bottom lane farm. Lucian sitting up about 33 farm to Jinx's 13, has a 20 CS advantage. Also Mumu heading into the mid lane here. Orianna getting very low, but a counter again comes in from Jarvan 4 as well. Orianna with about 200 HP. The ball comes back in onto Amumu. She will get that with her life. As Jinx forced to use heal in the bottom. Poke coming up from Jinx as well, not able to connect onto Lucian. Seeing Lucian and Janna both sitting at full HP, while Jinx is forced to recall from the bottom lane. Roughly a 1,000 gold advantage here for the purple team. Most of that being the results of this bottom lane farm. A little bit more action in the top lane. Jackson come back in on against the Aurelia. Will take a turret hit for his efforts there, though. A little bit of a overextension from Jax with that jump. Poke coming through from Lucian onto Thresh in the bottom lane. Thresh looking to hit a little bit of farm for himself under this turret while Jinx makes her way back into the lane. Again, at the 6-minute mark here, we are seeing UMBC-B team with roughly a 1,000 gold advantage over Final Frontier. Most of that the result of their bottom lane's huge success at this early point in the game. The Lucian Janna pair have been dominating the Jinx Thresh combo from Final Frontier so far. Jinx has not really been able to get too close to those minions, not been able to do a whole lot of farming at this point in the game. Gank against Jax into the top lane here. Jax down to about 200 feet, locked down by the bandage toss, and first blood will go over to UMBC-B team in the top lane. A little bit of action in the bottom lane here as well, waiting for a Q to come out of the Janna, but it will not come. Thresh not able to collect those souls either, as the Lucian Janna pair continue to exert pressure into the bottom lane. I mean, we're looking for a gank in the lane. Has not been spotted out by Orianna, but Jarvan 4, I believe, has just spotted him out, dropping a vision ward into their side of the map near the river. Mumu coming in, looking for a bandage toss here. The shield comes out from Orianna. Bandage toss has not yet gone through. She's going to be locked down here with the bandage toss. Yes, but Mumu comes into turret range. The damage will continue to come out from the Serath. His first hit of ultimate, second hit of ultimate, not connecting. Third hit again, not connecting. Orianna with about 50 HP. Her shield is on her. Jarvan 4 into the mid lane as well here. J4 taking a little bit of pressure, but Orianna is alive. Jarvan 4 being very effective coming into the mid lane when he did there. Bit more damage coming out from the Serath onto Jarvan 4 as Jarvan 4 looks to hold this lane, and Mumu going for his red buff at this point. Seeing us at the 7.5 minute mark of the game, and Mumu has not yet had a blue for himself. We'll see how he progress as he picks up his first blue of the game around the 8-minute mark, potentially. Not quite sure when he got down there to clear out the lizards that Jarvan 4 had left alive, so I'm not quite sure exactly when the respawn timer will be for that blue, but Mumu and Serath are making their way towards the blue pit. It appears that Mumu will not take the second blue, but despite not even getting the first one, he will hand that over onto his mid lane. That is a strong team choice, but it will set Mumu a little bit further behind, potentially. Of course, as I say that, I look back at the scoreboard, seeing Mumu actually up 5 farm over Jarvan 4 with the only kill in the game. Losing his first blue has not taken nearly as much of a toll on this Mumu as I would have expected. Destin comes out from the Thresh, not able to connect onto the Janna. Nor Lucian comes out from Lucian. Thresh down to half. She a bit about coming out from the Janna as well. Flash will come through from the Thresh, meaning that Janna's Q does not connect. And I'm going to take a sip of water before I choke on my own tongue. Poke coming through from Serath there does connect onto Orianna. Bit of a stalemate so far in the mid lane, though Serath has roughly a 12 farm advantage. Jax doing a little bit of damage onto the Aurelia. Aurelia will activate her ultimate against Jax, and Jax will go down for the second time in this game. Aurelia picking up the second kill for her team, going to be the first kill for herself, however. Mumu picking up the first kill onto Jax for their team. Pings coming out from both sides. It appears that we may see somebody setting up for Dragon fairly soon. Lucian comes back in against Jinx. I believe Jinx could go down here. Just apologize. Lucian will flash, I believe, for that kill onto Jinx. Gets pulled into turret range, so as Janet continues to prove Mumu coming in against the Jarvan 4. Serath lands 1 out of 3 hits on the ultimate, so Mumu will clean that up. Alright guys, seeing a 4-0 kill score so far in this game. UMBC-B team once again managing to dominate their opponents in the early game. We'll see if Final Frontier can come back from this early deficit. As we approach the 10-minute mark, we're seeing them down about 4,000 gold, sitting 4 kills to 0. However, no turrets or dragons have yet been taken. We are now seeing UMBC-B team set up for their first dragon of the game. And that's going to be an uncontested dragon going down to UMBC-B team, and Orianna narrowly escapes death in the mid lane as the camera comes back over there. Jarvan 4 once again in the mid looking to defend this mid lane outer turret. Going to take a fair amount of punishment for it though. Jinx is solo farming in the bottom, looking pressure against that bottom lane outer turret as quickly as she can get there. But Lucian is looking to respond into the bottom lane as well. Janna also potentially roaming back towards the bottom lane, will actually recall from the mid lane bush first. Aurelia makes her way back out to the top lane for UMBC-B team as well. Jax roaming back up to the top lane. I believe he was recently mid. Spots out a vision ward in the pixel bush and will actually choose to clear that out while he can. Getting more questions about the secondary bracket there. I believe that the 8th win has just commenced. Once it's affected onto the main tournament bracket, we're going to be gathering those 8 teams' names that have lost their matches, and that bracket should be updated momentarily. So give us 3 to 5 minutes to affect that on the webpage for you guys, and we'll let you know as soon as we have released that bracket for you. Destin comes through from the Thresh, but does not connect on Lucian. Lucian dashes over the wall. A great play by UMBC-B team right there. Orianna will get stunned down, and teleport comes out from Aurelia in the top. And going to see a 3 versus 3 fight around the dragon here. Thresh getting a lockdown by a Q from the Janna. Aurelia cancels teleport. Going to still be a 4 versus 3 fight, however, as Orianna is not going to commit us, and Mumu as well as the Serath and Lucian coming in. a lull here. Mumu clearing out a ward from the bottom lane Tribush. Apologies guys, just looking to contact our admin team here, make sure that that win is getting affected on the bracket in the secondary bracket tournament is getting formed up. If they don't respond momentarily, I will take a moment to do that for you guys. Apologize for the late here, telling you can teleport come out from Jax into the bottom lane. Amumu has been exhausted. Jax continues engagement onto Amumu, focusing Amumu in this fight with Lucian and Janna both there is a little bit questionable. Jax will go down. Thresh goes down as well for their play. Jarvan coming in a little bit late, could be in trouble. Lances to save there. A great play going to the opposite side of the wall, lancing back over it. A huge distraction against his opponents. Also seeing the first and second turrets go down there. Aurelia successfully taking down the top lane outer turret while Jax teleported down to the bottom lane. And that bottom lane outer turret going down nearly simultaneously, I believe. Alright, again guys, we are seeing a 6-4-0 kill score in favor of UMBC-B team. Aurelia going a little bit ham here. Jarvan getting a fair low, but Aurelia will be crowd controlled by his EQ combo. He's going to ultimate back onto her, get very low, but Jax is able to finish things off. Aurelia did overextend there. She has been doing fairly well, but sitting 1-0-1 before that fight with 111 farm. She is now 1-1-1, is more or less evened things out for herself. Though I believe she does have the best farm in the game aside from Lucian, sitting 1 CS above her. Again guys, we will be releasing the secondary bracket tournament for you guys as soon as possible. We have had that 8th team lose their round 1 or round 2 matchup, so the 8th team in the event has lost, meaning that we are forming up the secondary bracket. We'll let you know as soon as we release it. Do apologize for the delay here. We're getting a little bit of action from the Jarvan 4 and Thresh. Janna coming in to save the day. Also seeing Lucian and Serath not far behind. All coming out from the Serath here. Thresh getting a very low. Thresh will go down to the ultimate from Serath despite Culling being onto him. Alright, looks like I need to collect those names of our first 8 losing teams myself. I do apologize guys. It's going to be about 3 to 5 minutes here. A little bit longer than we normally like for that secondary tournament to be released for you, but unfortunately my teams disappeared. And we're going to bandage toss over the wall onto Jarvan 4. Jarvan 4 getting awfully low here. Smoke comes in from Lucian. The mid lane outer turret will go down as well. Going to be a 3-4-0 trio score in favor of a UMBC-B team. Lucian takes a kill onto Jinx here as well. And we're going to see that top lane outer turret going down to Aurelia. Alright guys, I apologize for my silence there. I've just collected the 8 teams who have lost a round 1 game and actually played that game, meaning that Pearl Gang, the Salt Gang, and Radak Nation are not being added into the secondary event, as Radak Nation did forfeit their second game. It does not qualify them into the secondary event. I'm heading over to the webpage here to effect that onto it. Give us one more moment, and I do apologize again for my distraction from the tournament at hand. Alright, I'm going to shuffle those before I officially release it. Bracket is shuffled, teams are good to go. If you have any issues reaching your opponents, please let us know. and if they do take more than 15 minutes to get into that that secondary event game, we will be replacing them with one of the next teams to lose their matchups. Again, the bracket has been added onto the page, into the Twitch chat, and we're good to go for the secondary event. You guys have 15-20 minutes to get those matchups started. If your opponents are currently in the game or you can't reach them within that time period, please do let us know, and we'll swap in the 9th or 10th teams to lose their matchups, depending on exactly how many teams we need to do that with. Also seeing another dragon going down here. 2 UMBC-B team going to be their second dragon of the game here. They're now 2 dragons to 0, 4 turrets to 0, and 8 kills to 1. UMBC-B team is dominating this matchup. Also being 17.5 minutes into the game, we are officially into mid-game here, with roughly a 12,000 gold difference between these two teams. The UMBC-B team may be looking for an early Baron, or potentially just to end the game. And again, guys, we have released the secondary bracket tournament. Going to get the link to the bracket posted back in the Twitch chat again there. Of course, as I'm saying this, you're already seeing it in Twitch chat twice, and you think I'm crazy. But that's because I just posted it, and we have a 30-40 second delay. Anyways, back to things at hand. Lucian is hammering away on this mid lane inner turret. Apologize for my silence there, guys. Again, we're having UMBC-B team on the pro side hammer away on this mid lane after the turret will go down. Going to be their 5th turret of the game here. Jinx will go down to Serath. Not quite sure how he picked up that kill onto Jinx. Not even sure where she was in that fight. She was behind the turret. Didn't even see him doing the damage. Would expect that is his ultimate coming through. Seeing UMBC-B team respond into the bottom lane here. Serath and Jenna behind the bottom lane inner turret. Amumu and Aurelia hammering away on that bottom lane turret. Serath and Jenna will join the turret, will go down. It's going to be the 6th turret of the game for UMBC-B team. Pings me out towards that top lane inhibitor turret, looking at a huge rotation potentially coming through from UMBC-B team. They have pressure in all lanes though. They could look for this inhibitor turret as well as an inhibitor potentially. They are sitting at 9-1. They've been doing very, very well for themselves in this matchup. Again, guys, this is Final Frontier on the blue side. They've got 1 diamond summoner, I believe 2 golds and a silver, as well as potentially a platinum summoner as well, facing off against UMBC-B team. They have their 4 diamond summoners as well as 1 platinum 1 summoner, not quite able to make his way into diamond for the end of season. And again, this is round 2 of play this evening. Looking at our round 3 matchup, it will be the winners of this game facing off against. Let me head over to the webpage to see who's currently sitting there waiting for them to finish. Looks like we're going to be seeing Smelly Pupes in round 3, the quarterfinals of play tonight. So the winners of this matchup will play on the purple side against Smelly Pupes, who are going to be playing from the blue side. I believe we may see UMBC-B team heading into that matchup, though I'm not going to rule a Final Frontier out quite yet. I've seen larger throws. If Final Frontier can wait things out, pick up an ace onto UMBC-B team, they could potentially turn things around. The UMBC-B team on the pro side is setting up for their first Baron here, and I don't think it's going to be contested. And indeed, Baron Nashor will be going down to UMBC-B team. I apologize for my silence, there was feeling a question in Twitch chat about if somebody surrendered in round 1, why were they added to the secondary bracket tournament? When we say they can't forfeit, we mean they have to play the matchup. So playing through 20 minutes of play, if you're down like 10 kills to 30 and you want to surrender, we're not going to take your participation in the secondary event from you. Now if you're up 20 kills to 10 you surrender. Or if you intentionally throw that game, we will look into it, and we will realize if you continually do it, so please don't. This makes our life miserable. Again, guys, the secondary tournament is for the first 8 teams to play and lose their matchups. We do consider a surrender past the 20-minute mark to be a valid loss, as opposed to not actually playing the game at all. Seeing Janna's ultimate come out here, Thresh has already gone down. Seeing 2 other members from the blue side getting very low, Sarath will pick up a double kill in that as both Orianna and Jax go down simultaneously. More action coming in from UMBC-B team here. They're sitting 12 kills to 1, 6 turrets to 0. Main pressure has gotten to this top lane inhibitor turret. Jinx looking to contest that will be hard engaged onto by Aurelia. Gets chunked down and very effectively. Flash will come up, but is not going to be enough to save her. Jarvan Forever will lock down the Aurelia under this mid lane. This in Nexus turret. Aurelia down to about 400 HP. The rest of her team will get into range, so Jarvan 4 will go down to Amumu. Thresh manages to lock down, not quite sure who. No, Thresh got locked down, I do apologize. Got himself killed just outside of the pool. The inhibitor will go down in the top lane as well here. It's going to be a successful siege from UMBC-B team. Jax, Orianna, and Jinx just coming back onto the map. The ultimate will come out from Jinx, but not be overly effective as it connects onto Lucian. Lucian will start taking turret hits in this fight. Alright, Thresh will go down once again. Sarath picking up another kill from himself, sitting 7-0-4. Is going to be quite happy with his performance in this match. However, Amumu potentially just overextended there and costs himself his perfect score. Now sitting 4-1-5 as Jinx picks up a double kill. Lucian going down as well again, costing him his perfect game, sitting 4-1-7. Only Sarath and Janna have not yet died from UMBC-B team. We'll see if Final Frontier can take their lives at least once before things conclude. Jax looking to relieve pressure from the top lane. They are spawning super minions currently into the top lane. However, 3 members of UMBC-B team did just lose their Baron buff, now seeing a 16-4 kill score as opposed to the 16-1 we were seeing moments ago. Final Frontier looking for their first turret of the game as they will pick up the mid lane outer turret as an ultimate comes in from Sarath, not quite able to force them off in time. Getting reports that I missed a beautiful shockwave from a Twitch chatty, and always unfortunate when you don't get to see Orianna land her ult onto 4 or 5 members of the opposition. Indeed, it was the Orianna ult that likely swayed that fight and allowed Jinx to pick up the double kill, if he is correct about how it connected. A third dragon now being set up for as well here by UMBC-B team. Looking like blue side could try to contest it, but Thresh will think better of coming in. Bit of poke coming up from Sarath saying, hey, I saw you there. And the third dragon of the game will go down. It's going to be a 3-4-0 dragon score in favor of UMBC-B team. They're up 7 turrets to 1, 16 kills to 4, but Final Frontier we just saw look to make some plays, and they were successful making those plays, so UMBC-B team will have to play this safe despite being so far ahead at this point in the match. Final Frontier is not going to hand it out without fighting.
Surrender is likely with high-pressure systems all over the map.
Janna gives us a little bit of a weather report while they wait for minions to get onto this inhibitor turret. Mumu will come in, but not able to get a whole lot of damage. We're seeing 4 members of UMBC-B team in the bottom, and Lucian looking to split push down into the mid lane. Jinx will be responding to that. No, will not respond to that. All 5 members of Final Frontier still in the bottom. The ultimate comes out from the Amumu under the blue side turret. Amumu will go down for the play. Ultimate coming out from the Jarvan 4. Aurelia has been locked down under the turret as well. Aurelia will go down as well. It's going to be a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Final Frontier. Orianna still on the map with 50 HP. Seeing Lucian look to pick up the killer, she will go down. Lucian picks up a Sarath picks up the triple kill. Coming in from the side, does most of the damage there, but Lucian picks up a double kill as well. It will be an ace for UMBC-B team. I think this time it's going to be the game. They'll pick up the bottom lane inhibitor just to be safe. Looks like they might rotate for the mid lane inhibitor as well. Janna starts tanking the Nexus turret though. Sarath will begin to attack it as well as minions come into range. They're looking for their third inhibitor of the game. The ultimate comes out from Jinx, not able to connect on Delusion. That's a decent position coming through from Delusion, or an unlucky ultimate coming out from the Jinx. Sarath poking the Jinx down to about 200 HP. She'll be forced back into her pool almost immediately, but actually chooses not to come into the pool and mitigates a little bit of pressure coming in from those minions. The first Nexus turret, however, will go down. There's a huge amount of minion pressure coming in from the blue team. There are still 4 members of the blue side also. I apologize, from the purple side, also still in the blue team base. The second Nexus turret could go down here. Still a few minions remaining hammering away. Those super minions are almost all annihilated. Thresh and Jarvan 4 doing a lot of work for their team. Jackson and Orianna clearing minions out in the mid and bottom, the top and bottom lanes. But it looks like the top lane inhibitor has come back up for the blue side. Of course, the bottom and mid lane inhibitors have just recently gone down. It's going to be 4 or 5 minutes till they come back up for them. Again, guys, UMBC-B team doing fairly well in this matchup so far. Seeing that match 22-7 as far as kills are concerned, 10-1 for turrets. Final Frontier with only that one Nexus turret remaining. They do have their top lane inhibitor back on the map. However, Jarvan 4 going to go a little bit ham against Janna, but Sarath is in range and Aurelia comes in from behind. Orianna will go down. Also taking a look at the scoreboard, we are still seeing Sarath as well as Janna with no deaths on those champions. Again, I was looking for Final Frontier to pick up a kill on them at least once before things conclude. You can't have a perfect game, it's just no. Sarath sitting 10-0-7 is being defiant in that rule, though. Of course, not an actual rule, but always nice to see somebody get shut down when they're doing so well. At least that's how I like to see it happen. They're really going to go a little bit ham against that. Thresh and the Nexus turret. Chompers coming out from the Jinx will negate their advantage. Lucian does step on them. The Nexus turret will go down. Nexus could be focused here, and this could be the game for UMBC-B team. A 4th member from Final Frontier will get only Orianna left alive to defend. This will be the game. A 28.5-minute game going over in favor of UMBC-B team. Congrats, purple side. You are emerging victorious into the quarterfinals. They're going to be playing that quarterfinals matchup, facing off against Smelly Pupe. Alright, looks like all of our round 2 games have officially concluded, meaning that all of our quarterfinals games, as well as all of our secondary tournament games, should currently either be underway or getting themselves started, as is the case of the matchup that we are currently heading into. That's a team builder invite, not the game I'm looking for. A little bit of troll in Twitch chat. Who builds AP on Sarath? Everyone knows he's the tank. Oh man, I love it. I love it. AP Sarath is definitely the way to go. I do hope you were being sarcastic there. Not saying Sarath is actually a decent tank. He is huge damage. Again, waiting for an invite into round 3 of play here this evening. Going to be having... I'm going to refresh this page just so the secondary bracket tournament shows up. Come on, webpage. You can do this. Alright. Again, we've had all of our round 2 as well as our round 1 games conclude. We're heading into the quarterfinals, that is round 3 of play. The losers of this matchup, unfortunately, do go home unhappy, as our secondary tournament has had their participants finalized. But the winners will be making their way into the semi-finals, where they are guaranteed some form of prizing for the evening. Again, guys, unfortunately, the losers of this next matchup will be going home removed from the tournament as they have been defeated, and there are no slots left in the secondary tournament. But the winners will be moving on into the semi-finals, where they are guaranteed a prizing slot for the evening. So this is going to hopefully be a little bit more of an intense matchup, looking for a great game here. As we get into the quarters and semi-finals is when things start to get a little bit more intense. I mean, we've seen UMBC-B team dominate their first 2 opponents. I'm looking to see if they can be eliminated right here, despite doing so well. Maybe Smelly Pupes has it, maybe they don't. Maybe UMBC is going all the way tonight. But we're going to find out. Of course, that's nothing against UMBC-B team. I just like to see as many teams as I can throughout the evening. So when we follow one team from round 1 into the finals, I sometimes feel a little bit gypped. What about you guys? A little bit of variety to spice things up. I may have that round 3 invite here. Indeed, I do have an invite into this round 3 game. Taking a look at the lobby, I'm seeing a chat. Oh, that's me. Platinum and Diamond from the blue side, so should be a little bit closer as far as rankings are concerned. Potentially, no. Pecan was the top laner from UMBC-B team. We'll see what kind of ranks fill out for Smelly Pupes on the blue side. Alright, looking like I'm getting a couple of invites here. Not quite sure what's going on. Looking like Dugman Wonderland maybe having trouble fielding their team into the secondary tournament. We may have to look at our reports here, see who the 9th team to legitimately lose their matchup was. Potentially be replacing Dugman Wonderland, though I do hope they can field their 5th player. Also heading into the quarterfinals of tonight's event, as you guys may already be aware, we have a Smelly Pupe on the blue side, with UMBC-B team on the purple side. Alright, looks like all 10 summoners have come into the lobby. And unfortunately, once again, we're seeing a mainly gold and silver team coming out from the blue side. Though rank doesn't mean everything. Maybe they'll do a little bit better against UMBC-B team than their previous opponents did. Of course, Smelly Pupe has emerged victorious into round 3 here. Round 3 a little bit more difficult to get into than round 2. I believe the round 2 opponents of UMBC-B team may have had a round 1 bye. Indeed, they did have a round 1 bye, so that would have been their first game. A little bit of an unfair situation for UMBC-B team, actually being all warmed up and coming heavy off that first victory. Smelly Pupes, however, is in the same situation here. They have played at least 1 game. They defeated... No. I apologize. They have not played a game. They had a round 1 bye, and Radic Nation was not able to field their 5th summoner into that round 2 game, so Smelly Pupes coming into round 3 without playing a single game yet. UMBC-B team may be in for another steamrolling, but I'm hoping Smelly Pupes puts up at least a little bit of a fight here. Seeing there's a little bit of confusion in the Twitch chat, saying UMBC-B team may be playing tomorrow, but they're not playing now. UMBC-B team is our purple side for the evening, guys. Or at least for our first 2 matches, and now our 3rd match this evening. Seeing complete coordination between these summoner icons heading this matchup. Not quite sure where that one comes from, but good work to those summoners. I think we saw the blue side come in with matching icons, and purple side decided to swap theirs out as well. Say, hey, we're not just going to match ourselves, we're going to match you. Also seeing Morgana as the first ban here from Smelly Pupes. Waiting now on UMBC-B team to ban out their first champion. Alright, seeing Rumble banned out by UMBC-B team, followed up by a Syndra ban coming through from Smelly Pupes. Maokai will be banned out by UMBC-B team as well here tonight. And Aurelia is going to be the last ban coming through from Smelly Pupe. I believe the Aurelia... No, all of those bans are pure respect bans for UMBC-B team. We saw them play Morgana in round 1, we saw them play Syndra in round 1 as well, though we saw them play Sarath just as well in round 2, banning out the Syndra over the Sarath. it's hit or miss there. We'll see what their mid laner chooses to play. Also, the rally we've seen played out by UMBC-B team throughout the first 2 rounds of play. So looking forward to seeing what their top laner picks coming into this matchup. Also seeing Lucian taken away from UMBC-B team as Sax Gore in Salok Lucian for his first pick. Jumping for as well as Corki now will be picked up by the purple side though again guys. Smelly Pupe on the blue side with UMBC-B team on the purple side. Swift Strike 9 will be locking in, well, hovering over so far, but I believe will be locking in a Braum pick for their team. Waiting on Coach Rowe to show the champion. And of course, as I start to say that, he locks in a Kha'Zix. Braum will be locked in as well. So we have the bottom lane pair as well as the jungler, I believe, finalized for Smelly Pupe. Waiting now on a few more picks to come out from UMBC-B team. Alright, I'm getting reports that both Dugman Wonderland and Hasta Luego, no, Dugman Wonderland and Trap Squad may not be able to field their full rosters heading into the secondary tournament. So if you are a member of another team who has been defeated tonight, who is not currently playing, who is not currently in the secondary event, let us know. We may have a few slots available. Also seeing Vel'Koz and Orianna hovered over by UMBC-B team. We may see a Vel'Koz support coming out from Hikaru Shindo. Lover's Extraction still hovering over the Orianna, but timer has ticked down. We'll see if that gets swapped out last second, but it will gray out. Orianna being locked in for the purple side. I believe we are now waiting on only their top laner to be selected. Have not seen Vel'Koz support played very recently, but when he's played, especially at a higher level, it can be very, very devastating. Dr. Delsheimer hovering over a Kali momentarily. Will swap that out for an Ahri as Singed gets locked in by Pure Argon. Dr. Delsheimer will swap out the Ahri pick for a Fizz here. We'll see what they choose to lock in for their mid laner. The Ahri will be hovered over once again here. Also guys, as we are heading into round 3 here, I've been going for a couple hours and I've finished my water. So as we get into Spectator Delay, I'm going to leave you guys momentarily, but as we get back into Flow Screen and onto the Rift, I promise I will return, and I will be shoutcasting our quarterfinals matchup between Smelly Pupe, as fun as that is to say, and UMBC-B team. Also seeing Orianna and Gnar locked in here for UMBC-B team. I suppose the Orianna was previously locked in, but Gnar now being finalized as their top laner. The summoners have 30 seconds remaining to finalize their runes masteries and their summoner spells. And then we'll be into Spectator Delay, speaking of which I will take my brief absence and I shall return momentarily. Alrighty folks, looks like we are heading into load screen here. Again guys, this is round 3, our quarterfinals of play this evening. The winners of this matchup are heading into the semifinals, where as long as they play out that semifinals and their next match, they are guaranteed some sort of prizing this evening. Again, should they win this match, even if they lose their 2 preceding matches, they will be getting a minimum of 800 RP for their final 5 summoners. Of course, the matchup at hand here is Smelly Pupe on the blue side, with the UMBC-B team on the purple side. Coming into this lobby, we're actually seeing a untrimmed summoner. I believe Braum was showing a silver, though that could be a team ranking where he didn't necessarily get those minimum 10 wins for his team. Again, guys, this is an open bracket tournament. Anybody from level 1 all the way through 30, unranked all the way through Challenger, are able to participate this evening. But I expect most people showing a rank to normally have a trim. Potentially he was Bronze 1 at the end of season, and has just recently been promoted into Silver. I didn't check exactly where Swift Strike 9 was sitting coming this matchup, but I do know that Blue Team had, I believe, 1 diamond, a number of golds, and a silver ranked summoner. Again guys, round 3. Smelly Pupe on the blue side, UMBC-B team on the purple side. A pause will come out at this early point in the game. A little bit of lag coming through from the purple side, but it was the blue team, I believe, that paused. Everybody saying lag. Gonna see a few reconnections here. Not quite sure what's going on with the server potentially. I didn't notice any kind of major issues loading in. Hopefully these guys can get everything sorted out very quickly and get us back into this game. Of course, should they continue to lag, we do allow for a restart with the same picks and same bans within the first 5 minutes of play. So this would be an optimal time for them to restart if they need to. Again guys, we're heading into round 3, the quarterfinals of tonight's event, and this is a not-so-stock gaming open bracket tournament. We have a Smelly Pupe on the blue side with UMBC-B team on the purple side, and even though this is round 3, Smelly Pupe advanced through round 1 with a bye, and then through round 2 by forfeit. So this is actually the Blue Time's first game of the night. UMBC-B team was stuck playing through from round 1, so they've actually emerged victorious in their first 2 games this evening. We'll see how things play out in this current matchup. Also getting the scoreboard organized for you guys. I believe it is now accurate. And some random cat facts coming out from Vel'Koz. Maybe I should read it before I say it. Alright, nothing too inappropriate there. He says, random cat facts. Cats do not want you to know any more facts than you already know. I'm not quite sure how that works out as a cat fact, but now you know. I believe we've seen the only summoner who disconnected reconnect here. I believe that was a summoner who originally said they were lagging and were going to try and reconnect, and they have now reconnected, so we could see the pause timer ticking down momentarily, though I saw lag calls coming out from a number of summoners there. Hopefully both teams are ready to go and no longer in any kind of distressful situations.
A summoner has disconnected.
Seeing another disconnect here, and a request for a restart. I believe that is from Dr. Dulcimer. That is the Ari from the blue side, so we may actually see this round 3 game getting restarted. Nar says, let's play a game called You Lose. It's a little bit mean, Mr. Nar. Spellbinding Circle comes out from the Braum. Spellbinding Circle. I believe this is a Yu-Gi-Oh reference, but I could be a little mistaken there. No, Spellbinding Circle, definitely one of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Well, not the most useful card when you think about it, how it was played, if I remember, but in the show, it was the best. Anyways, back to things. I believe we are restarting. Alright, gonna head myself out of this game, I believe. No, I'll wait out until I get a confirmation from at least one of those teams. Apologies for my silence here, guys. Just trying to get this sorted out. Heading into round 3, we're having a little bit of connection hiccups from the looks of things. Blue side has had a member disconnect. They did have one reconnect. I believe he may have disconnected again, looking to get his connection issues or lag, whatever exactly is going on there, sorted out. Alright, I believe we are going to be restarting here. Just trying to get a confirmation from a member of either of these teams before I leave the matchup.
A summoner has disconnected.
Again, not quite sure what's happening here. Both teams have asked if they should, well, one asked if they could restart, other asked if they should restart. And as one was asking if they should, after they asked if they could, and I confirmed they could. I suspect they were asking because their team members mentioned, like, hey, we want to restart. So I told them both they can, looking for a confirmation from one of them that we're actually going for this. Still only seeing Cowtrow as quitting the matchup here. Alright, I'm seeing mod approved restart, meaning I just waited 3 minutes for them to try and restart. Hopefully they're actually restarting this game. I'm going to head out into client, find out what's going on. Let's see if I have an invite to that matchup. Indeed I do. Guys, you can't not tell me you're restarting, and gah. Alright, so we are restarting this round 3 game. I'm going to enforce the same picks, same bans, but hopefully we'll have no connection issues. As we head into the lobby, check out what this notice is from Riot. Due to high demand, players must invite at least one friend to enter Team Builder as a captain. Don't forget, you can still enjoy Team Builder as a solo player. Yes, because they've introduced the new Rift into only Team Builder and bot mode, I believe. Looking like there's going to be a lot of Team Builder play over the next little while until they introduce the new Rift into other game modes as well. Alright, seeing all of these summoners now connected into the lobby. Alright, should be getting back underway. Remembering, same picks, same bans. Alright, getting a confirmation that we can start champ selection. Have reminded them, same bans, same picks. Of course, bans don't overly matter as long as they don't ban out one of the champions that needs to be picked. As long as they enter on with the same 5 champions, we are good to play this matchup. Alright, seeing the same bands be affected, champions are now being selected. Seeing the same champions be selected, both of the teams following the rules as they've been laid out. Going to be heading back into round 3 of play here after another 3-minute spectator delay. Alright guys, once again, this is the quarterfinals. We're going to be watching Team Smelly Pupe on the blue side face off against Team UMBC-B team on the purple side. Taking a look at our match reports, we've actually had our first quarterfinals game conclude. C8 Nom emerging victorious over Salty Throws, meaning C8 Nom is our first semi-finalist qualified team. They are now qualified for a minimum prize package for the evening, assuming that they don't forfeit their semifinals or their final match. Again guys, we need you to enter the game. You can sit there in the base if you don't want to play it and accept the lower prize package, but you do need to start the game in order for Riot to consider it an officially sanctioned game and an officially concluded tournament. Otherwise, unfortunately, we do have to disqualify the team that does cause the delay so that the other team can still receive their prizing. So again, guys, once you get to the semifinals, make sure you finish your games. It is rather important for you. Alright, and we are now into spectator delay, but I'm going to take a moment to talk about our prizing. For anybody not aware, for tonight's events, we do have a combined total of 80,000 RP and 10 Triumphant Rise skins, 40,000 RP and 5 Rise skins for both of our tournaments. The first place teams will be going home with 16,000 RP and all 5 of those Triumphant Rise skins. That translates to 3,200 RP and 1 skin for each of the final 5 participating summoners. Second place team does get 2,400 RP each as well. I believe that works out to about 14,000 for the team. The third and fourth place teams getting 1,600 RP and 800 RP for each of their final 5 summoners. Of course, I forget exactly what that works out to as the team package, but that's how things break down in the end. Of course, those packages go out to both the main event winners as well as the secondary event winners. Also looking like about a minute and a half of spectator delay remaining here. Going to be getting ourselves back into load screen and then on to the Rift. Again guys, this is round 3, the quarterfinals of play. We have Smelly Pupes playing their first tournament game of the evening, advancing through round 1 by bye and through round 2 by forfeit. Facing off against UMBC-B team, who we've seen dominate against 2 teams so far. Looking to see if UMBC-B team will dominate a third game here, or if Smelly Pupes, who has not necessarily been warmed up, is going to come into this game on fire and pull off a win, heading into the semi-finals with only 1 game under their belt. Also guys, if this is your first time joining us for a Not So Stock Gaming tournament, we would love if you hit that follow button. Come out and join us for future events. Alright, since we have about 45 seconds remaining, going to go over these champions once again. The top lane matchup looks like it's going to be Singed versus Gnar. 2 very different playstyles from those champions. Singed, the pro proxy farmer. Gnar, a bit of a lane bully, a huge tank. Of course, Singed, the same situation. We'll be building AP versus Gnar's AD build, I believe. In the mid lane, we have Orianna versus Ahri. Both of those champions with a fair amount of utility. The crowd control on Orianna matched by the taunt from the Ahri. Both of them also able to do a fair amount of damage. I believe that should be a skills matchup in the mid lane. Junglers have chosen for Kha'Zix on the blue team versus a Jarvan 4 on the purple side. Kha'Zix more of a damage-oriented assassin champion, while Jarvan is a utility tank champion for their team. Bottom lane pairs. I'm going to wait for load screen so I don't call this one wrong. Load screen. Come on. Alright, the bottom lane pairs look like Corki Vel'Koz for the purple side. How could I forget the Vel'Koz support? And a Lucian Braum pair for the blue side. A little bit more of a more standard team composition there. We'll see how the Vel'Koz manages to play for us. And Vel'Koz can be a great support, or it can be a huge liability for your team, depending on exactly how well that summoner does, and exactly what kind of synergy you have between your support and your ADC. Alright, I do hear the sounds of the rift, meaning we should be into this game momentarily. Coming onto the rift, looking for all champions to buy their items, make their way onto the map. Seeing just Corki not purchasing them, he will purchase his items, and a careful ping comes out from the blue side on the purple team's mid lane bushes. Looking like blue side will make their way out of the base as a cohesive unit, though Singed could make his way towards the top side of the map. Indeed, we'll be heading into the upper half of the jungle, looking for defense around the blue side. Blue pit will drop a ward into the blue bush. Blue buff bush, while the remainder of his team looks for an invade here. Alright, the last champion to leave the purple side jungle is standing underward, poking out from the Valcall. She does manage to juke that, though. Remembering the 90-degree assault coming in from that, she managed to juke in the correct direction, not to be connected on. A well-timed play by the Ahri. Orion and Jarvan make their way towards the bottom half of the map. Valcause and Corki are there defending. Valcause throws a little bit, actually connecting it onto the Braum. It comes out as a T. It also looks like our second round 3 game has concluded. Spreek Don't Scream emerging victorious over their opponents. Looks like they were playing against Nova Gaming in round 3 of play. So we have now one semi-final matchup ready to go. That's actually going to be Spreek Don't Scream facing off against C8 Nom in round 4 of play. Of course, we're in the upper half of the bracket where we have Smelly Pubes facing off against UMBC-B team in a quarter-finals matchup, and also One Shot GG Alpha and Ku Gang in another quarter-finals matchup. The winners of that matchup will be playing against the winners of this matchup in the semi-finals. Of course, this one is just getting itself started, and I believe One Shot GG Alpha and Ku Gang have been playing for a little while now. Buffs are currently going to spawn into the map. Kha'Zix will start with his red, while Jarvan 4 starts on blue. Both teams opting to start in the bottom half of their jungle. Also, I should likely reorder the scoreboard for everybody here. Alright, looking good. Little poke coming up from Gnar onto Singed. Singed going to be looking to get Gnar to push minions towards his turret early on, potentially, or looking to extend a little bit grossly and get his poison trail onto Gnar's half of the map to pick up those last hits. Singed taking a huge punishment here from the Gnar, definitely overextending here. Will use his trail to try and stop Gnar from re-engaging on him, though. Comes back in for more farm. We could see Singed losing first blood here a little bit early on. Singed back up to 400 HP here, managing to last hit fairly effectively. Is 7 farm to Gnar's 4, but he is at 300 HP currently. Gnar gets one more poke onto Singed. Singed makes his way back towards his turret. Gonna be a little bit of action in the bottom lane as Valcause tries to throw some poke. I believe that poke did not connect, however. This one will come out again and not connecting onto Braum. Corki throwing a little poke onto Braum, however, that gets 2 auto attacks. Make that 3 auto attacks onto Braum. Poke coming out from Lucian as well onto Valcause. Valcause will use a health potion. Singed going full ham in the top lane. Throws Gnar behind us. The Bolt Toss comes out from Gnar. Singed down to about 200. Gnar down to half health. And he is in his larger form, so he has awesome mobility. Coming back down to his smaller self. Comes back up to about 500. Kha'Zix is into the top lane. Gnar tries to jump over him. Jarvan 4 coming in for a gank as well. Going to be a gank, counter gank in the top lane. Kha'Zix uses his flash, but it will be first blood going over onto Gnar. Singed looking to get out of this. Has activated Poison Trail. Gnar down to about 300 HP. Singed down to 300 HP as well. Down to 150 HP as Gnar. Sorry, as Jarvan 4 gets one more auto attack and falls off of that advance. Singed playing fairly well in the top lane at this point. Getting a question about Masters levels players being able to play in semi-pro tournaments tomorrow. Unfortunately, the semi-pros are for gold to diamond summoners. The only nights where we currently allow Master and Challenger tier summoners are the open bracket tournaments on Fridays. Though we have had some rather small semi-pro events recently, I've been considering reopening things up to that Masters tier, so we'll keep you guys posted should we choose to go through that rule. Of course, we'd love to hear your opinions on that as well. Also looking at the game at hand here, seeing a 2-for-1 kill score. Not quite sure what I missed there. Who went down? Nar went down. I definitely missed something. I apologize, guys. A little bit of action in the bottom lane here as Lucian and Braum go for as much farm as they can, doing very well for themselves despite being down as low as they are in the rankings. Again, guys, we have a mainly diamond with the 1 platinum 1 summoner team on the purple side and a mainly gold rated team on the blue side. However, the blue side has been doing very, very well despite not playing any games previously in tonight's event, coming as a little bit unwarmed up potentially. They have potentially also been watching tonight's tournament stream where we've been following UMBC-B team. From round 1, they may know what they're coming to throw at them and are looking to counter their play, seeing them do fairly well so far, but at the 6-minute mark they are sitting down about 1,000 gold. The wall comes out from Braum, mitigating a fair amount of damage coming through from the Corki Vel'Koz pair. He gets a bit of poke onto Corki as well. Jarvan forming his way into the bottom lane here, misses his EQ combo and will take a turret hit for it though. Lucian getting fairly low in the bottom lane. Another throw coming out from the Singed. Gnar stuck in Singed poison strip, but Singed is down to about 150 and down. Wow. That was well played by the Gnar. Singed definitely bit off more than he could chew. Orion taking huge pressure in the mid lane as well here. Kazak's looking to come back in for a second gank against the Orianna, but Jarvan 4 has come in against against Ahri. Ahri misses her taunt onto Jarvan 4 though, and he will get to that with his life while she manages to just do the same. Apologies for my silence here. Apparently somebody is smurfing into the open bracket tournament. Going to have to look into that one. Of course, why you would smurf in a tournament where you can play any level, any rank, I don't really know. Doesn't make sense, but alright, we will look into it. Apologize for my distraction there, guys. We do have UMBC-B team with 3 kills himself. Gnar being successful against Singed for a second kill in the top lane. Corki and Jarvan 4 hounding away onto Lucian, but Lucian will flash out under his turret. Alright, looks like Singed has begun proxy farming here. Gnar will re-engage onto him though. We'll see exactly how that plays out for the Singed. Singed getting very, very low here. He may be overextended once again. Gnar going to come in under his turret, throws the boomerang. No, gets an auto attack and picks up the kill onto Singed. Does take 1 turret hit for though, down to about 400 HP here. Is going to continue to farm in the top lane. Kazak's looking like he is not going to be in range for a gank onto Gnar anytime soon. So Gnar is fairly safe to do that. Bit of poke me up from Corki onto the Lucian. And my A ping's coming out from Ahri. The Orianna is currently in the lane. looking like Nar's going to be thrown by Singed into terms, will quickly jump back out there, taking only one turret for it. Are going to get some damage against Oriana in the mid lane, and Vel'Koz and Corki looking pressure against the Braum Lucian pair in the bottom lane as well. Taking a look down the scoreboard here, seems like purple side definitely has an advantage in this matchup. Nar sitting about 20 farm above the Singed. Oriana sitting about 20 farm above Ari, as well as going to be action in the top lane. Nar could be in trouble here. Singed may escape this with his life. Indeed, Singed will remain alive as Kha'Zix pulls off a very well-timed and well-executed gank for his team. They're now sitting down only 2 kills as we reach the 10-minute mark. They are down about 2,000 gold under UMBC-B team. I think this may be the best any team has done so far tonight against the purple side. Jarvan 4 will go down for his efforts there, but they do successfully pick up a kill onto Braum. Corki may have overextended as well. As the con comes out from Lucian. Indeed, Corki will go down. Vel'Koz trying to wrap around for a kill onto Lucian, but Lucian will escape that with his life. UMBC-B team a little bit overconfident heading into that fight potentially. Dove that bottom lane turret a little bit early, and they paid for it. Alright, so after that last fight, we are now seeing things 5-4, still in favor of UMBC-B team. But Smelly Pupe is looking to even out the kill score here. They are down about 2,000 gold under UMBC-B team, and I don't believe that UMBC-B team has picked up yet their first dragon of this matchup. We see them doing fairly well, exerting dragon control over their opponents in their first 2 matches. But at this time, they have that gold advantage from only their farm numbers. Again, Oriana sitting up about now 40 farm over the Ahri. Nar sitting up about 30 farm over Singed, and in the bottom lane, Corki about 20 farm over the Lucian. Ahri with a nice taunt and nice poke onto Vel'Koz. Kha'Zix going to come in to finish the kill against Vel'Koz. Ignite is onto him as well. Vel'Koz getting a shield from him, and a flash coming out from Ahri or the Kha'Zix. Potentially both there. Indeed, both of them flashed for that kill. A little bit overzealous, but it works out for a kill from them. Now evened out the kill score. They're down about 2,000 gold. Kha'Zix will clear out a vision ward placed down from UMBC-B team. They're looking for their first dragon of the game here. 2 members of UMBC-B team are in the mid lane. However, Oriana and Jarvan 4 looking pressure against that mid lane outer turret. Jarvan 4 wrapping down into the river. 4 members of Smelly Pupe, however, are on. Dragon will force him off. The taunt coming up from Ahri. Jarvan 4 down to half sheet. Lucian comes in from the side, gets a double shot of more poke coming up from Ahri. Jarvan 4 down to 25 HP, and he will go down as Ahri continues to shoot now behind Oriana. However, looking for a little bit of damage against Oriana. Oriana managed to get a little poke back onto Ahri as Kha'Zix coming in. Blue Dragon has gone down for them. Going to be the first dragon of the game going down. They're now a 6-for-5 kill score in favor of a Smelly Pupe. Seeing them do very, very well coming into this matchup. Nar continues their pressure in the top lane. However, Singed could be in trouble in that matchup still. Seeing Vel'Koz get a little poke against the Braum. I believe that may have been Braum's ultimate coming out there. No, he just got knocked up by Vel'Koz somehow. I apologize for my confusion there. A little bit of pressure coming in against the bottom lane pair from the blue side once again here. Seeing Vel'Koz and Corki zone the Lucian Braum pair against that bottom lane outer turret. And they're going to get a little bit of pressure here. Nar also getting pressure against the top lane outer turret. Going to heavy engage onto Singed. Gets one more attack there, and Singed will go down. Now Nar should be able to finish off the top lane outer turret, though he only has 1 minion remaining. One more attack and it does go down. That is extremely lucky timing for Nar, as only 2 turret hits would have finished him off. That's going to be the first turret of the game, going down at just past the 13-minute mark. We are once again seeing Smelly Pupe down about 2,000 gold, despite picking up the first dragon of the game and evening out the kill score. UMBC-B team has managed to pick up their first turret here. Sweeper will come out either from Braum or Lucian in the bottom lane. Try push, but Kha'Zix has been spotted out by the site ward they clear out. Taking a look at the farm numbers, we're seeing Lucian down about 30 farm under Corki. Oriana nearly doubling Ahri's farm in the mid lane. Nar almost in the same situation against Singed. This Lucian, as well as Kha'Zix, could be blue team's only hope for a win here. Of course, saying that they are currently even in kills, but down about 2,000 gold. UMBC-B team does have an advantage, but has not been performing all that well in this matchup. Kaz is taking huge pressure there. Will go down to Orianna. Ahri down to about 400 HP as well as Orianna continues to pursue. Exhaust coming out from Orianna onto the Ahri after taking a taunt. Throws a ball to try and stop Ahri from getting back to her, and Jarvan 4 could go ham under the turret. Will continue to push minions instead. Seeing Singe make his way into the mid lane as well. Ahri just misses her taunt against the Orianna. Jarvan 4 combo will not result in a kill for her, though minions were not on the turret, and that was extremely close. She would have gotten at least 2 turret hits, I should think, had she landed that. Singe taking a huge amount of pressure in the mid, looking to keep this mid lane outer turret alive, however. Seeing 2 members of the blue team come up from the bottom lane as well. Lucian and Braum looking to make their way into the mid lane. Vel'Koz has responded that Cork coming in a little bit late to the fight. We're going to get some more poke onto Singe as he makes his way back into the mid lane. A little bit of poke coming out from Cork as he looks to continue pressuring against the bottom lane outer turret. UMBC-B team looking for their second and third turrets of the game here. Looking to say, hey, we've got the gold advantage, we're going to use it, we're going to grow it. Indeed, that mid lane outer turret will go down. The 3 members who just took it looking to now rotate into the bottom lane where Lucian is vehemently defending his turret against Corki. Vel'Koz will get a ward placed into the blue side red buff bit. Alright, and the bottom lane turret will go down to UMBC-B team. They're now sitting 3 turrets to 0, but only up 1 kill. They have roughly a 3,000 gold advantage at this point. We've seen Smelly Pubes take down the first dragon of the game, keeping them in this matchup so far. But they're going to need to start taking down a few more objectives, picking up a few more kills if they want to even things out against UMBC-B team. Singe and Nahar duking it out once again in the top lane. Nahar going to go full ham onto Singe, pursuing him despite the poison trail taking damage down onto him. Looking like Nahar does have the advantage here. I believe Singe uses his ultimate there and actually managed to gank it out with his life, and fairly healthy still. Kazakh is also clearing out a vision ward placed down into the dragon pixel bush from the purple side. Uses his sweeper. He will take out a sight ward as well. Vel'Koz here looking for a little bit of pressure as well. Vel'Koz is just missing the poke against Kazakh's blue side. Pings coming out towards Vel'Koz as well. 3 members of Smelly Poop are available in that bottom half of the jungle. Vel'Koz could have been in trouble there had they decided to engage on him. Apologize for my silence, guys. Looking back at the matchup at hand here, purple side still exerting a little bit of dominance despite not being all that far ahead in kills. They are looking for a dragon play here potentially. Blue side and purple side pinging out. Blue side pinging out the dragon pit. Purple side pinging out the red buff pit. Going to see a teleport coming in from Gnar into the elder lizard pit of the blue team. Jarvan 4 going to go full ham, engaging against the Lucian Braum Paris with decisions from the Kazakhs and Singed as well teleporting. And Ahri is here. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 fight. The culling will come through, doing a fair amount of damage to the Corgi, but not quite enough. Looking like Gnar is going to look to go back into that fight. Gets Lucian locked down momentarily, but Gnar is down about 200 HP here. Braum will be the first to go down in this fight. Going to be a 1-for-0 exchange so far, but 2 members of UMBC are very, very low in this fight. Are getting fairly low as well. Seeing her and Singed both flashing red currently. Nar looks to come back in this Jarvan 4, also looking to re-engage. Potentially Orianna will take a turret hit, looking to try and finish off the Ahri. But Lucian comes in and finishes off Orianna. Instead, Corki going to Valkyrie in under the mid lane inner turret. Gets thrown by the Sindri, which will cost him his life, but he did pick up a kill onto Lucian for his efforts. Seeing a 9-4-8 kill score here. Team Smelly Pupes doing very well, maintaining their lives and punishing their opponents for taking them. However, they are down 3 turrets to 0 and down in farm numbers as well. Seeing a 29 to 25,000 goal score, roughly a 4,000 gold advantage for Team UMBC-B team as we approach the 20-minute mark in this matchup. UMBC-B team looking for a dragon play here, looking to set up a play against Smelly Pupes. All 5 members of Smelly Pupes are available in that bush. Should Orianna throw her ultimate into the bush, it would be pretty much a good game for them. The dragon will actually be initiated by Smelly Pupes. They have been revealed there. I mean, UMBC-B team had already engaged against them, but throwing it into the dragon pit, they are now definitely aware that there are members of Smelly Pupes available. Dragon down to about a quarter of his HP though. Smelly Pupes looking to come back in. Kha'Zix will jump into the pit a little bit early and gets quickly annihilated, but dragon will go down. Not quite sure who picked that up. Ahri actually picking that up for her team. Will cost them both Kha'Zix as well as Lucian though. Braum getting very low here, as well as 5 members from UMBC-B team continue to fight. Braum will go down. Singed also getting fairly low here, being pursued by 4 members of UMBC-B team, while Nar tries to close the gap between himself and Ahri. Ahri manages to dodge the house as it comes through. Nar coming into turret range. I believe that was a Singed throw picking that up onto him. Will take 3 turrets, go down to about 200 feet. Orianna taking a turret as well. Jarvan 4 also very low in this exchange. Corki has already exited the fight. Nar will begin to recall. Slow coming out from the Singe will not stop the recall, however. Alright, looking like a win report coming in from Ku Gang, meaning our 3rd semi-finalist has been qualified in tonight. Just waiting on the matchup we are currently watching to conclude. This will be our last semi-finalist team, the victors of this game, that is. Bit of poke coming out from the Braum onto Jarvan 4 there, I believe, and I apologize for dealing with a quick admin issue there. Seeing UMBC-B team siege down onto the mid lane inner turret of Smelly Pupe here. UMBC-B team is still trying to siege down on this mid lane inner turret, not being overly successful, and Smelly Pupe's doing a great job defending their turrets here. They are down 3 turrets to 0, but they have all of their inner turrets still. Are only down to 5 kills at this point in the match. But an ultimate will come out from Vel'Koz, and Orianna picks up the kill onto Braum. Nar will go full ham though and cost himself his life as well. Taking a look at the map, UMBC-B team has been forced off of their assault into the mid lane. Charm for looking pressure in the bottom lane here, looking to see Gnar split push into the top lane as well, or at least relieve some of the pressure coming in from the minions of Smelly Puke. Smelly Puke was looking to siege into the mid lane. They got a little bit of damage onto the mid lane outer turret, but have been forced off of it. Corki will get a bit of poke onto Braum here, and again, I do apologize for my distraction and my silence here. Purple side looking to set up for a dragon play. Potentially the dragon not back up on the map for about a minute and a half here. Corki will be content to clear out the vision ward. All 5 members of Smelly Puke now looking for this mid lane outer turret. Will be responded onto fairly heavily by UMBC-B team. We'll see what UMBC-B team chooses to do with this. They will allow the turret to go and choosing not to hard engage on Smelly Puke. Smelly Puke is down 5 kills and now only 2 turrets. They are down about 5,000 gold. UMBC-B team does have an advantage. It would have been a great time for them to engage, while Smelly Puke was potentially overextended on that mid lane turret. Alright, back to things at hand. Apparently Calvin Trolls won their first game. It is in the secondary event. They're going to be facing off against Dugman Wonderland in those semifinals. A little bit of confusion coming through there. Also, Dragon back on the map in 1 second. Back on the map now, seeing both teams set up around this Dragon Pit. Fairly impressive play coming out from both sides this evening. Did not expect Smelly Puke to put up nearly as much of a fight as they have against UMBC-B team. I believe at this point in the game it is still anybody's game, and the longer it goes, the larger the throws can get. So Smelly Pukes may be waiting out UMBC-B team, waiting for some late game to roll around, where they can pick up an ace and pick up those turrets without any kind of problems. Sin is looking for some work against Vel'Koz, but will get slowed down by the Vel'Koz, and they're getting knocked up as well. Vel'Koz using all of his kick here to try and stop Singe from getting into range. Singe almost getting onto Oriana, but thinks better of going full ham onto Oriana, though his grab was available. His team was not far behind. Could have potentially been a good initiation for them. Some Baron plays coming out here. Braum is going to be the first. I believe blue side was the team that initiated onto Baron, and initiating on Baron when all 5 of your position is alive is always a huge mistake, especially when they realize what you're doing. Gnar will be punished by his life being taken, but it's going to be a Braum and Ahri for that Gnar kill. So a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of UMBC-B team there. Thought UMBC-B team may have picked up Baron for that play as well. We're going to see Corki pursue, trying to pick up a kill onto Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix looking to could get out with his life, but Flash comes through from the Corki. Flash comes out from Kha'Zix as well, and Kha'Zix will survive that. Again, I believe that was Smelly Puke engaging onto Baron with all 5 of UMBC-B team members alive. And thought it may have been UMBC-B team doing the same thing, though. It results in a kill against the Braum and Ahri, as well as Gnar, so a 2-for-1 trade, and neither team taking down Baron. Corky looking to take down the golems from the team. Will take a bit of poke from Braum. No, the poke will not connect. Poking out from the Corky as well, connecting on to Lucian. Jarvanport going to go a little bit ham here, locking down Braum with his ultimate. Lucian managed to get Ari taking... No, not Ari, but Kha'Zix taking a huge amount of damage there. Kha'Zix will go down. Ari still in the back, and he gets a bit of damage onto the Gnar. Gnar looking to go full ham, will begin taking turrets here. Super Gnar will come out, or Mega Gnar, whatever you want to call it. Ari will go down. Gnar down to about half his HP here. Singe taking a little bit of pressure, taking a fair amount of pressure. He is 1 versus 5. His Poison Trail doing a little bit of work for him, as well as the turret, but Singe will go down as well. Not managed to pick up any kills against UMBC-B team. That bottom lane inner turret will go down here as well. Seeing both the bottom and mid lane inner turrets removed from the map. Only 3 turrets in the base, as well as that 1 inner turret in the top lane now remaining. 4 Smelly Pupes on top of their 2 Nexus turrets, of course. Seeing the first inhibitor turret getting hammered away on the Nexus turret. The inhibitor turret will go down. UMBC-B team looking to make a play against the inhibitor. They will be forced off of that play though, as Kha'Zix and Braum come back into range. Jarvanport will manage to affect his recall, but looks like Gnar and Orianna will be forced. No, Gnar and Corky will be forced to walk their way out. Orianna and Vel'Koz, the most healthy of these 4 remaining champions. Braum taking a huge amount of poke there as he tries to pursue, looking like Lucian, Kha'Zix, and Braum will fall off of that. Alright, blue side once again setting up for a Baron play. I believe UMBC-B team will once again be responding to it. Braum will definitely get caught here again. Vel'Koz waiting in the wing. Baron down to just below Corky. Gnar will jump over the pit. Unfortunately, had not cleared out all the vision control from UMBC-B team. Baron will go down to the Jarvanport. That's going to be a huge steal for UMBC-B team, and I believe this is going to be the game, guys. It's a double kill for the Gnar. Jarvanport continue to go ham on Lucian. Lucian will go down, as well as Braum going down. Ari left alive. Corky looking to finish things off. The ultimate will come out, not able to connect though. Orianna coming around from behind, looking to pick up the kill. The last hit onto this Ari, but the ball will come through. Ari misses her poke and her taunt. Orianna not able to finish things off, though Ari will remain alive. But that bottom lane inhibitor is left undefended, and we're seeing Corky as well as 4 members of his team push down into the top, and they'll quickly take that top lane turret. They have huge minion pressure. I believe they will be able to take the inhibitor turret as well. Though Kha'Zix is back up in 1 second. Braum up in 1 more second as well. Lucian and Singed only 5 and 10 seconds away. There are still 4 members of UMBC-B team hammering away on this top lane inhibitor turret, while Gnar does the same in the mid lane. Braum is trying to contest it. Gnar will be forced off of that advance, but the top lane turret has gone down. Inhibitor down to half HP. Lucian and Singed responding in this inhibitor. The inhibitor will be going down. Gnar picks up a rampage and then a double kill as the Ari goes down as well there. The UMBC team has all 5 of them. It's in 30 seconds till 3 members of Smelly Pupes come back on. They have a decent amount of pressure coming in from the top, and the streams have not yet arrived. A surrender vote will come through from Smelly Pupes, and GG's come out. That was a very well played game, a little bit more of what I would expect from a quarterfinals matchup, though UMBC still managed to dominate as we got into the late game. Again, that was UMBC-B team emerging victorious over Smelly Pupes in the quarterfinals of play. Heading into the semi-finals now, we're going to have Ku Gang on the blue side facing off against UMBC-B team on the purple side. I believe that's an invite to the game I am looking for. Let's see if Emmanuel is a summoner on the team that I'm looking for. Indeed, he's a member of Ku Gang. We are good to go into this semi-finals matchup, assuming that the purple side does get invited. Also, saying the purple side, UMBC-B team has played purple in round 1, round 2, and round 3 of play. They're coming in to play it in round 4 as well, though whether they win or lose, they'll be in the top half of the finals or the bronze matchup, meaning their next game will be on the blue side, their 5th and final game for the evening. Of course, we don't know which bracket they'll be in, whether it will be the finals matchup, playing for the first place title, or in the bronze matchup, trying to stay off of 4th place. Coming into the semi-finals, all teams have played a couple of games here at least. I believe Ku Gang managed to start out in round 2, so they had a round 1 bye, but they played against Dugman Wonderland for their round 2 game, and then One Shot GG Alpha for their their quarterfinals game. So they played 2 games. UMBC has played 3 games. We'll see who manages to emerge victorious in this semi-finals matchup. Indeed, seeing an all-diamond roster come out from the blue side. Going to see that mostly diamond roster with the 1 Platinum 1 Summoner from the purple side as they get into this lobby. Looking forward to a great matchup in our semi-finals game. Alrighty, apologize for my silence here, guys. We are heading into a semi-finals game here for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament. We have Ku Gang on the blue side with UMBC-B team on the purple side. Seeing a don't start coming out from UMBC-B team. Anders needs a little bit of a break after that last game, apparently. Anyways, guys, heading into a semi-finals match here. This is round 4 of play. Both of these teams have qualified for some form of prizing. They're now competing to see who gets how much for the night. Of course, that is the situation in the bottom half of the bracket as well, where we have Spreek Don't Scream facing off against C8 Nom in our other semi-finals matchup. I believe the secondary tournament is in its semi-finals as well, where we have Dugman Wonderland facing off against Calvin Trolls and Hostel Luega against Andrew and Paul Suck. Again, guys, all 10 summoners are in the lobby for our semi-finals matchup here, but we are not quite ready to go. Both teams are allowed 15 minutes between the matchup. That is a collective 15 minutes, not separated into 30. Just between matches being updated, there is a 15-minute period before they have to get the next one started. So we will allow for a brief delay here. Also, a brief reminder for you guys that as we get into spectator delay, I'm going to be running off momentarily to refill my water, run to the washroom, do what a Dark Corpse does in that 3-minute period where I choose to take my breaks. Again, guys, when we get into spectator delay, I'm going to be vacating my position momentarily, but when we get back into the load screen and onto the rift, I guarantee I shall return and do my best to shoutcast this semi-finals matchup. Again, guys, Ku Gang on the blue side, UMBC-B team on the purple side. Again, currently in round 4, the semi-finals of play. Ku Gang on the blue side, UMBC-B team on the purple side. Blue side says they are ready, but purple team did request a brief delay here. Not quite sure what they're waiting on. Again, guys, semi-finals, Ku Gang blue side, UMBC-B team purple side. Seeing MM in the Twitch chat, looking for a little bit of hype for Ku Gang. Those of you not aware, MM034 in Twitch chat is Emmanuel in client. Seeing him playing from the blue side this evening. Of course, anybody noting that he has that moderator symbol by his name in Twitch chat. We do allow 4 people we allow to moderate our Twitch chat to play as well, as long as they do not exert those moderator powers during an event where they are playing. So tonight, he does have that symbol, but should he say anything moderator-ish, I will quickly smite his mean, I don't know. I've never had it happen. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Everybody we have supporting us do very well for themselves and do very well at maintaining a positive not-so-stock gaming image, which is more or less the only thing we really do require from you guys if you're going to help us with our adminning, our moderating, or our shoutcasting. Whatever it is you do for us, when you're doing it, you are on our team. And when you're not doing it, you are free to participate, should you choose to. Alright, into champion section here for this semi-finals matchup, though, guys. Again, we have Ku Gang on the blue side with UMBC-B team for the 4th time time tonight on the purple side. Whether they win or lose this matchup, they're moving on into the finals or the bronze match where they will play as the blue side for the first time tonight. So good luck to them in their next matchup, whether we get to see them in the finals or they're defeated here in the semis and head on to that bronze match. Hopefully switching from purple to blue doesn't screw them up too much. Alright, Aurelia as the first ban coming through from Kugang Summoner Kin. Looking at a Lee Sin ban from Ander DJ on the purple side as well. Alright, Tip Top Fiora, you get to be modded today. Abuse your powers, I will remove it, but for now, you are a Twitch chat moderator. I like your style, you get to have the cool button, but you already have a cool button, so I don't know if it'll even show up. Alright, Jarvan 4 as well as Kha'Zix banned out from the matchup at hand though. Jarvan 4 banned out by the blue side again, Kugang on the blue side, with Kha'Zix being banned out from the purple side, and once again, we have UMBC-B team on the purple side. Rammus is going to be the final ban coming through from Kugang. I don't think we've seen Rammus played at all this evening, so seeing him banned out is a little bit questionable. I think they would have been doing a little bit better banning out another strong support or an ADC, potentially, away from UMBC-B team. Looking to see what the third ban from the purple side will be coming to this matchup again. Lee Sin and Kha'Zix banned out. Two fairly strong junglers. They opt for an Annie ban as their third and final ban. Getting a question about the tournament prizing in Twitch chat. Indeed, the prizing packages that we do offer for our tournament victors are those offered by Riot Games. They say they're not an official sponsor, but they do supply the prizing, so you can take that how you will. Other prizes such as our Twitch chat giveaways and other giveaways that we do are funded directly by NotSoStockGaming at this time. Seeing Kin hover over a Lucian pick here. See if Lucian gets selected. Again, this would be the second time we're seeing Lucian taken away from UMBC-B team. Choosing not to ban that out and first pick it is a strong choice if you have a player who is capable of playing a Lucian. Indeed, we don't have all that many viewers, but we have a few who come out fairly reliably. I hope we do a great job entertaining all of you guys tonight. Tell your friends, come back, hit that follow button, do what you guys do, and NotSoStockGaming shall grow to support you. Also waiting on Ander DJ and Linim to select their champions. We'll see what they opt to pick up for their first two summoners. Sorry, their first two champions. We may see Rengar coming to this matchup for the first time tonight, though Rengar quickly gets swapped out for Maokai. I think that may be Ander DJ on Maokai in the jungle, as he is showing Smite currently, and I believe that pick-on is their top laner. Maokai only really being viable, or currently played in the meta, in the top and jungle. Janna also being locked in here by Linim. I believe this will be the second Janna game we get to see come out from UMBC-B team. Montier is going to hover over a Gnar pick for his team. He is showing Smite, so I expect that Gnar will be traded away. I don't think I've ever seen Gnar played from the jungle to date. Waiting on Demi to show a champion here. Gnar also not yet locked in by Montier. We could see that swapped out. 10 seconds remaining for the second two summoners to select their champions from blue team. Again, waiting on Montier and Demi to finalize their champion selections. Demi will hover over Morgana, and that will be locked in with the Gnar pick from Montier as well. Hands things back over to UMBC-B team, where Pikkon and Hikaru Shindo will be selecting their champions. Corki is quickly going to be selected here, but still only hovered over. We'll see if they finalize a second Corki pick for the evening. We've seen Pikkon play both Aurelia and Gnar. Aurelia has been banned out and Gnar has been taken. Not quite sure what he is going to be playing into the top lane. Syndra is going to get picked up We saw Lovers X Requiem play Syndra in round 1 of play as their mid laner, so we could see Lovers X Requiem picking up the top lane champion for UMBC-B team and them trading those champions around. We'll see exactly how that plays out, though opting to lock in your mid lane when the bottom and top lane pairs are showing for your opponents. They have to select only their jungle and their mid is a questionable choice, leaving yourself to be countered. UMBC-B team may be feeling a little bit too confident coming into this matchup. Disappear quickly, hovering over the Shaco pick. We'll see if Shaco comes into this match. He's a very strong jungler, but not very frequently played. I guess he can be countered fairly easily. Doesn't synergize all that well with every team, but for a solo queue pick or a troll pick where you're looking just to pick up as many kills as you can, Shaco can be very, very strong. Emmanuel will hover over a Mumu, leaving me to think that Shaco will be traded out here. Unfortunately, I won't get to see him played, whether it was very well or very troll. Looking to see if he will be locked in here, looking for a mid lane Orianna. Going to be, however, Singed swapped out for him to disappear. Indeed, trolling us with those champions for their last pick. I think we may see Zed or Ziggs coming into the mid lane. Ahri now being hovered over by Disappear. Ahri into Syndra. I believe we've seen that match played out once before, though it may have been Syndra into Orianna. The Ahri will get swapped out for a Fizz pick swap back for the Ahri, and the Amumu Ahri pair will be locked in for the Ku gang, meaning we have just Lovers X Requiem waiting to select a top or jungle champion for UMBC-B team. Again with Maokai locked in already, showing Smite. I suspect it is their top laner waiting to lock in, but showing Warwick. It could go either way at this point. Warwick will not be locked in quite yet, however, and Shen will be showing on the board. We'll see if Shen gets locked in. No, Ryze will be swapped out for. Not quite sure what they're going for in the top lane, or if it will end up being their jungler and Maokai in the top lane. Seeing Ryze hovered fairly solidly here, I suspect that may be their top lane selection for this matchup. Indeed, Ryze into Gnar is not a bad pick, though will be swapped out for Jace as we get to the end of the timer. And Jace, I believe, has just been locked in. Indeed, Jace has been locked in. 60 seconds for these summoners to trade those champions around should they need to, as well as finalizing their runes, masteries, and summoner spells. And since we are into this waiting period, and we have 3 minutes of Spectre quickly approaching, I'm going to be taking my leave of absence momentarily, so I will unfortunately be leaving you guys in silence to stare at this scoreboard. But remember, we are heading into a semi-finals match between Ku gang on the blue side and UMBC-B team on the purple side, and I shall be returning as we get into the load screen and shoutcasting for you guys for the semi-finals match as we get onto the Rift as well. into the load screen here, seeing all diamond trims coming out for the first time in the evening from the blue side. With those 4 diamond trims and a platinum trim coming out from the purple side once again. Again, it is UMBC-B team on the purple side for the 4th time on the stream this evening, as well as Kugang playing from the blue side. Going to be our first time catching them this evening. Alright, I believe we have a Jace top lane from UMBC-B team with Syndra in the mid lane, Corki and Jenna in the bottom lane with a Maokai for their jungler, as well as Gnar in the top lane for Kugang with Ahri as their mid laner, a Lucian Morgana bottom lane pair, and a Mumu as their jungler. Mumu is a little bit more blue dependent than Maokai, but both bottom lanes are very strong. Morgana is a top tier support, and Lucian is not an ADC you really want to take lightly. Of course, Corki, one of the strong ADCs as well, and Janna, not a support that can be considered anywhere below top tier. Picks coming out from both sides here. We've seen a little bit of action as well. Apologize I didn't comment on those posts coming out. Neither side really wishing to hard engage here. Maokai and Jace looking for an invade against the blue side's blue buff. Actually, Maokai could get caught out here as Mumu and Ahri make their way up into the top half of the jungle. Maokai goes down to just below half HP. Poke comes out from the Jace, but does not connect onto any members from the blue team. Again, guys, this is Kugang on the blue side with UMBC-B team on the purple side. Ahri and Gnar looking to counter-invade here, going to chase Maokai to the end of the earth if they have to. No, just halfway through his jungle, Maokai will get to that inner tier turret in the mid lane, and Ahri will fall off, and then Gnar looking to go back in, potentially. Janna and Syndra zone him off, though he'll make his way back onto his side of the map, just taking a bit of punishment from Syndra, however, though. Jace also making his way down into the upper half of the purple side jungle, looking to make sure that their red buff is still safe, and Mumu set up around his red buff currently. Seeing him opt to start in the bottom half of the jungle is an interesting choice for Mumu. Of course, most junglers would start in the bottom half, despite which side they're starting on, so they'd have both their bottom lane champions to leash for them. But Mumu is very, very blue dependent, especially during the early portions of the game. So seeing him start on red, he may end up a little bit behind, or he may quickly pick up that blue buff and see himself do fairly well despite starting on red. Again, guys, both these teams are mainly diamond tier. We have Kugang on the blue side with UMBC-B team on the purple side, seeing both sides content to farm as much as possible, but Morgana will land a Dark Binding onto Corki. However, not a whole lot of punishment comes out onto him for it. Still seeing all 4 summoners in the bottom lane at level 1, looking for level 2 to come out. Bit of damage coming out from Jace onto Gnar. Gnar is going to respond back onto Jace, but Jace uses his hammer to knock the Gnar aside. Corki getting a little poke onto Lucian, but Lucian is managing to maintain a fairly even farm number with the Corki. Actually seeing Corki have about 4 CS at this point. There are only 3 waves in. That is a significant difference between these two lanes. Seeing if Lucian can manage a few more last hits here. If Morgana can zone Corki off of that farm a little bit, things should even back out fairly quickly. Mumu in for a gank in the top lane. Maokai also up for a gank. Jace will come in blasting the Mumu back, but Gnar continues the engagement. Jace down about 150. He might go down here, but Gnar forced to back off onto his side, and Mumu not quite able to come back in, and Syndra has roamed to the top lane. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 fight here, more of a 2 versus 2 fight, while Jace tries to finish off a few more minions, looking for some farm for himself. As he is at about 300 HP, does not really want to come back into that fight. Syndra and Maokai will be forced off by Gnar, though it is now going to be a 3 versus 1. Mumu making his way back into the jungle here, potentially. Notice making his way back towards the turret and back into the top lane. He's going to end up in the top lane bushes. Lucian and Morgana have been zoned nearly directly against their bottom lane outer turret. Corki is up about 15 farm over Lucian at the time, doing very, very well for himself. Lucian's going to be looking for a few last hits here. As he gets pushed towards the turret, could even things out. I'm seeing about 10 minions currently in his lane, so if he could pick up the last hit on all of those, he would be down only about 3 farm. Though the turret will pick up most, and that's going to be an unfortunate situation for Lucian, looking for another wave to come and get himself evened out with the Corki. Again, guys, it's going to be a Corki Janna bottom lane pair for UMBC-B team, a Morgana Lucian pair. for Kugang. Again, guys, it is Kugang on the blue side with UMBC-B team on the purple side. Ari versus Syndra in the mid lane, and Gnar versus Jace in the top lane. Kugang has an Amumu for the jungle, and purple side does have a Maokai for the jungle. Looking like Maokai may make his way towards the bottom half of the map here. I have seen a ping come out into the bottom, and he is looking to effect a gank. There's a site ward placed down from the red side in the blue side, a tri-bush, so Maokai has not been spotted out. Lucian and Morgana are not aware, and Janet's going to be playing a fairly aggressive. Dark Shield, sorry, Black Shield will come out on Lucian. Lucian may be kept safe, but that indeed will be kept safe by that. Maokai continues in onto Morgana, but Morgana is about 200 HP. Sapling connects as well. She's down to 100 HP, but managed to maintain that with her life. And great play by the blue side, not succumbing to that early gank. Alright, I guess as we're approaching the 6-minute mark, and not such an early gank, but a well-timed and well-executed gank. And he was going to end up recalling from his golems. Looked like he was going to make his way into the bottom lane, as he is more or less needed down there right now. He's going to make his way back into the pool, however. Syndra and Ari also exchanging in the main. Maokai will come in for a gank against the Ari, though he will stick to her, and she's going to go down here. Indeed, first blood goes over onto Syndra. Ignite came out from the Ari as well, looking to make an exchange in the mid lane. But Syndra will remain with about 200 HP here. Blue side pings coming out towards the Dragon Pit and the Pixel Bush there. There is a red side Vision Ward in that Pixel Bush, however. Dark Binding comes out onto Corki. Lucian gets a little bit more poke onto him, but they're going to be punished as Janna gets an auto attack onto Lucian. Lucian sitting at about 400 HP here. Also down about 20 farm under Corki. Corki doing very well, keeping the Morgana and Lucian stuck against their turret, stopping them from getting as many last hits as they possibly can here. The early, sorry, not the such early gank, but the gank coming in from Maokai without Lucian or Morgana backing has cost them a little bit of... Alright, we're going to see both Lucian and Morgana choose to recall here. Corki looking to stop those recalls. Janna also looking to come in from the side. A Q comes out from the Janna. Does not connect on Lucian, however, it does stop his recall. Jace looking for poke against Gnar. Gnar will walk us on to the opposite side of the gate. Jace does not throw the poke back through. There's something coming out from the Ari. Sorry, from the Syndra does not connect on to Ari. Ari at full HP here. Syndra down to 400 HP. Has utilized a health potion. Looking for a second kill to come out into this game. Nearly a 1,000 gold advantage currently for UMBC-B team. They're doing very, very well against Kugang. They have picked up first blood, have a 1,000 gold advantage at the 7 point. Of course, the next kill or two could quickly even that, or an early dragonfly coming in from Kugang could even that as well. Gnar going to go full ham against the Jace. Jace could have potentially overextended here. Jace to about 150 HP. Boulder Toss comes out from the Gnar, and Jace will go down. That evens out the kill score, though it does still leave Kugang with a roughly 500 gold deficiency. Ari in the mid looking for damage against the Syndra. Ultimate comes out from Timu as he flashes in. She will flash out over the wall with about 300 HP remaining. Looks like she will maintain her life once again through the fight. Maokai was looking to come in for a counter gank as well, but thinks better of it as Syndra managed to get herself out with life. Valkyrie coming out from the Corki. Q comes out from the Jin, does not connect onto Lucian though. Lucian maintaining his life with about half of his HP as Morgana makes her way back into the bottom lane. Lucian and Morgana will be looking to engage onto golems here. Apologize for my silence there, guys. Almost told a semi-finalist team that they were out of the tournament for losing, I think. But once you reach the semis, if you lose your matchup, you do get one more chance in that bronze match for the 3rd and 4th place title. And as I was speaking there, seeing a kill go over onto Jace in the top lane, a well-executed gank by Amumu, though he did take a few too many turrets. And Maokai is looking for a kill against the Amumu to make this an exchange. Amumu will go down. Syndra also up into the top lane. Ari in the top lane as well. You didn't even realize it was Ari in the top lane. And she will go down. Gnar also in the top lane for his team. May have been a 3 versus 1 play onto that Jace. Dark Orbs apparently blind, not paying attention at all here. Dugman Wonderland indeed was a semi-finalist team, so they're making their way into the bronze matchup. I apologize for silence there. I'm kind of glad that I took that moment to look into that though. When people We'll ask if they're out after the lose. Generally, the answer is yes, unless it's one of the first 8 teams in a main event with more than 12 teams, or it's a semi-final game where you have the bronze match to play, determining the 3rd and 4th place teams for the evening. Also, there's some action out there, but Janet managed to escape with her life. Jace will teleport into the bottom and gets locked down by a Dark Binding coming out from Morgana. Lucian will manage to get out of that with about 400 HP remaining. Amumu was looking to come into the bottom lane as well. Has been spotted out by a Cyber. Sweeper will come out and he clears the Sight Ward from his Tribush. Alright, looking like Spreek Don't Scream has won their semifinals matchup, facing off against C8 Nom. Spreek Don't Scream will be our first finalist team, while C8 Nom has one more game to play in that bronze match, seeing if they can go home in the 3rd place or will end up with a 4th place finish for the evening. Also, we've had a couple of wins coming in aside from those, looking like it was just the one coming in from Calvin Trolls over Dugman 1-0, however. Again, that was a second semifinalist game, but that was in the secondary tournament. Waiting for one more semifinals game in the secondary event, as well as the semifinal game we are currently watching in our main event to conclude, before any of our finals matches can get themselves started. Seems like there's a little bit of hype for UMBC-B team in Twitch chat. We're seeing them actually down 1 kill here for their first time in a game. Also down 100 gold at the 11-minute mark here. We've seen them previously either up or even as far as kills are concerned, and up in gold generally for their first 3 matches. This is of course their first game against an all-diamond roster, much like their mostly diamond roster, with that one Platinum 1 summoner who could almost be considered a diamond as well. Huge amount of damage ever coming out onto Lucian. Lucian will pop the culling, but it's not going to be enough to save his life. Syndra and Maokai also coming in to try and make sure things get finished off there. UMBC-B team picks up their 4th kill here, evening out the kill score and picking up a 400 gold lead. Looks like they're going to be setting up for a dragon play as well. A slight vision ward has gone down into the bit of sight ward coming out from the Amumu. I don't think Amumu by himself will be enough to contest this dragon, though Morgana is coming to range. Amumu has left the vicinity. This will be an uncontested dragon going down to UMBC-B team. Morgana tries to throw a Dark Binding in there, connects it onto the Maokai, was essentially looking for a dragon steal with that Dark Binding. So not a completely uncontested dragon, but a fairly easily taken dragon by UMBC-B team with only 1 Dark Binding coming in from the Morgana to contest it. Up from the Morgana. This time he connects onto the Cork. She will use her ultimate as well. He tries to Valkyrie to safety, but the ultimate will lock him down. Lucian comes into range. Corky down to 400. See, Morgana will go down here, but Corky is down to 300 HP. Lucian continuing the engagement. Corky down to 100 HP. Lucian picks up the kill. Lucian now sitting 1-1-0. Picks up his first kill of the game here, down about 50 farm under Corky, but down only 1 kill under him. Lucian looking to come back into this game, though Corky has finished his Triforce, while Lucian has only a pickaxe and some boots. Jen actually managed to force Lucian out of the lane, but she's not going to get a huge amount of pressure. They're seeing some action in the purple side jungle. Looks like Maokai will be handing over a blue buff to the Syndra. Jace looking for more poke against Gnar in the top lane here. Gnar is fairly low, but will choose to actually engage onto Jace. Does not have assistance from any other team members up here. It is just Gnar versus Jace now, but Jace will fall back to his turret. Gnar in his mega form, a little bit scary for Jace. Still, Jace also sitting fairly low in mana, with of course 6 skills to utilize in your kit. You go through mana fairly quickly. Alright, seeing a round 2 win coming in from Hasta Luego, meaning that the finals matchup in the secondary tournament as well as that bronze matchup are now ready to go. So good luck to Calvin Trolls and Hasta Luego in the finals matchup, and good luck to Dugman Wonderland and Andrew and Paul Suck in the bronze matchup as well. These matchups determining the first, second, as well as third and fourth place titles for these teams. Maokai going to engage onto Gnar. Gnar continuing the engagement onto Jace, so picks up the kill onto Jace. Now a 6-for-5 kill score in favor here of Kugang. Seeing Mumu and Ari also make their way up into the top lane. Mumu gets the ultimate onto Maokai, despite Maokai flashing directly under his turret, and Maokai will go down. That is going to be a great play for Kugang. Syndra looking to respond by taking down a mid lane outer turret. It appears that Morgana will be trying to contest that. Janna looking to interrupt the Morgana though. Everybody will come out, connects onto the Janna. Cesspool coming through as well as shield coming out from the Janna. Syndra looking to contest onto the Morgana. Stun coming out from the Syndra. Morgana down to half here. Black shield will come out. Syndra re-engages onto Ari though. Ari is doing a fair amount of damage to the Syndra. Syndra will go down to the Ahri despite Dark Binding nearly stealing that kill. Janna taking a fair amount of pressure here. The taunt comes out from the Ahri. Janna down to half HP. Ahri coming back into turret range, looking to respond by taking down this mid lane outer turret. They have stopped the advantage from Syndra against their turret. They're looking to now take the purple side turret. Lucian, however, meanwhile, has been successful taking the bottom lane. Sorry, Corki has been successful taking the bottom lane outer turret for his team. That's going to be the second turret of the game going down. Gnar being the first summoner, or first champion. That is Emmanuel, the summoner on Gnar, being the first one to take down a turret in this game. Took down Jace's top lane outer turret. Corki has now responded, taking down a bottom lane turret. So UMBC-B team has taken the first dragon of the game here, I believe. Has now taken the second turret of the game. They are down about 400 gold to Kugang, who is sitting up 8 kills to 5. So with that 3 kill advantage, they are still down a little bit of gold. Gnar has roughly a 40 farm advantage over Gnar, but Syndra is up about 20 farm on the Ahri, and Corki has a 60 farm advantage over Lucian, giving them an overall farm advantage in this matchup. I apologize, Moon will also have about 20 farm over Maokai, so not as huge of a farm advantage overall for their team. But Corki does have an overall 1500 gold advantage over Lucian at this point in the game. Top lane looks like, Gnar is about 1200 over the Jace. Seeming like mid lane is a little bit more even, only a 200 gold divergence between those guys. Junglers with a 400 gold difference as well. Seeing a bit of action come out into the mid lane, we're going to see 4 summoners. No, I apologize, 3 summoners from UMBC-B team sieging into the mid lane as Maokai responds to Lucian trying to push down their bottom lane outer turret. Bit of damage coming out from the Corki does not connect though. All four members aside from Lucian, who is their 5th member of Kugang, in that mid lane looking to siege down onto the purple lane turret, respond to them trying to siege down onto their own turret once again. Lucian trying to pick up a kill onto Maokai here, but Jace is coming in from the side. Heal comes out from the Lucian. Lucian could pick up the kill, flashes into the bush, picks up the kill onto Maokai, but he will go down as Jace responds. I believe he is going to be saying worth as he distracted 2 champions. Despite not being able to take down that bottom lane outer turret, he allowed his team to take down the mid lane outer turret, picked up a kill onto Maokai as well. So that was a fairly well-executed strategy coming out from Kugang on the blue side. Ahri going to flash over the wall into Janna. Gnar looking to come in as well. The ultimate comes out from Janna. Ahri being blasted onto the purple side of the map. Janna will go down here. Corki now locked down by a Dark Binding. Stun coming out from the Gnar as well, potentially. Corki will Valkyrie almost getting himself to save. Syndra coming in, ultimate onto Morgana. Good night as well, but Morgana will be going down. Morgana will go down there. Gnar down to half HP as well. Ahri looking to re-engage here. He does have blue buff. 3 members of the UMBC-B team are now into the mid lane. Jace has respawned, sorry, not respawned, but recalled, and is making his way back into the mid lane as well. And we will bandage toss onto Maokai. His ultimate will come out. Gnar fairly low, but it's going to re-engage onto the Maokai. I believe a heal just came out from the Corki. Maokai somehow still alive here, will go down to the Gnar. The teleport coming out from the Jace, making his way into the main. Ahri down to about 150 HP here. Corki will Valkyrie into range, and Ahri will go down. Now an 11 for 8 kill score, still in favor here of Kugang. They are still, however, no, they are no longer down in gold. They've picked up a mid lane outer turret, sitting 2 turrets to 1. They have roughly a 300 gold advantage over UMBC-B team as we approach the 20-minute mark in this game. So I apologize guys, Twitch chat kind of exploded there. I wasn't really paying attention, seeing another window. Yes, UMBC-B team is actually a team playing from University of something. UMBC. I don't know what university it is, guys. I do apologize. They told me a week or 2 ago. They have a B team and an A team that play in our tournaments currently. I've seen a couple of UMBC alumni in Twitch, and a whole bunch of hype for them, and they've been doing very, very well in this match. Though Maokai will go down to the Amumu. Of course, as I say, they're doing well. We're seeing them now down to 4 kills, even in turrets, though still with a gold advantage. But Maokai does go down to the advance coming in from Kugang. Dragon not currently on the map. I'm not quite sure who took the last one or when it went down. I do hate that in spectator mode we don't have the same timers as summoners do when they're actually in the game, so I can't see the timers on blue or red buffs. I can't see the timers on Dragon or Baron until they come up at a certain point. I think Baron shows when it's coming back up in 3, and Dragon at about the 2-minute mark. I'll get a little timer coming up. Yes, University of Maryland, Baltimore College. As a Canadian, I always think BC is British Columbia, and it just doesn't work out for me like that. They are University of Maryland, Baltimore College, or something along those lines. It is UMBC-B team. Again, they are a confirmed collegiate team. And they are facing off against Kugang on the blue side. Both teams doing very well in this matchup. Only a 1,000 gold difference between these two teams as we approach the 20-minute mark. Turrets and kills are both in favor of Kugang, but UMBC-B team has managed to out-farm their laning opposition, aside from in the top lane where Gnar has done very well for himself, sitting with a farm and kill advantage. Actually sitting 5-0-1, is the only someone remaining in the game who has not been killed yet. Seeing four members of UMBC into this talk, now they are looking to punish Gnar for doing so well. Corki's pushing down into the bottom lane, will be responded to by the Lucian. Lucian sitting, however, 60 farm below the Corki with 2 kills to Corki's 3. Will quickly go down to that advance coming in from Corki. Didn't even see Lucian's HP bar go down as Corki went in there. Corki looking like he's going to successfully push onto this bottom lane inner turret, while the remainder of his team is going to be a distraction in the top lane. Indeed, the inner turret will go down. Corki beginning to recall here while the blue side falls off of that top lane outer turret. Would have been fairly smart to stay and respond, though Gnar had recalls. It would have been a 3 versus 4 situation. Unfortunately, that will cost them 2 turrets here. UMBC now setting up 4 turrets to 3, have secured a 3,000 gold advantage for their team. Apologize for my silence here, guys. A little bit of a reset onto the map here. Looking like Rosai is looking for some siege into the mid lane here. Looking potentially for their second inner tier turret of the game. Corki looking for some control around the dragon. They're actually not dropping a ward. Not quite sure what he was doing with that roam. Potentially looking to respond to Gnar's push, but his team requiring him in the mid lane. Maokai in the bottom half of the jungle will be better positioned to respond into the bottom. We'll see. We'll be heading into the mid lane as well here. Ping's coming up from the pro side. They will spot out, have spotted out a vision ward placed down from the blue team. Their sight ward will now be safe in that bush, at least until a sweeper comes out. Alright, apologies for my silence there. I had somebody falsely reporting a loss for one of the currently participating teams. Not quite sure why that would happen when they're currently forming up their lobby. Just making sure that they were playing that bronze match, as we do require a match to occur in order to find those summoners to have them prized out by Riot. If Riot can't find you guys playing in a game against people we say you played against, they raise a fuss. Anyways, to the matchup at hand here, this is a semi-finals match, our last semi-finals matchup still underway, I do believe. Double checking the bracket, I'll get that posted back into Twitch chat for you guys as well, since it's been a little while since I've done so. Indeed, this is our last semi-finals matchup still underway. Spreek Don't Scream emerged victorious over C8 Nom in the other semi-finals matchup in our main event, and both of our semi-finals matchups in the secondary event have concluded as well. Those finals and bronze matches getting themselves started up currently. Blue side looking for a blue buff steal here, will be successful, taking that blue buff away from UMBC-B team. Lucian on their side of the map has been pinged out by the pro side. Maokai and Janna looking to respond into their jungle. Janna actually beginning to recall here, cancels that recall fairly quickly though. Gnar looking to recall from the pro side of the map will be spotted out by Maokai. Seeing him play with that helicopter. Never really noticed a helicopter on that skin before, but hey, man's got to do what a man's got to do, or a Nar's got to do what a Nar's got to do. And if it's throw a helicopter around, that's what it will be. Jace will teleport into the ring, but Ahri will quickly go down to Syndra. Ultimate coming out from both Amumu and the Janna. Amumu will go down to Syndra as well. Syndra picks up a double kill for her team. Believe she's just going down. No, she picks up a triple kill. Syndra going for the quadra kill here. Quadra kill for Syndra. Lucian looking to escape with his life. Corki or Maokai looking to lock him down, looking to KS the Lucian. Syndra, where is your Penta? No Penta. No Penta. Corki looking to continue chasing down Lucian. I believe he will succeed picking up this kill, but Syndra has been denied. Oh, she's going home unhappy. Corki chooses to stop pursuing Lucian as well. They will not get the ace for that, though Valkyrie, I imagine, would have been coming back up off cooldown fairly soon. Lucian maintains his life through that exchange, despite Syndra picking up a quadra kill. We'll get them, Dragon as well, seeing UMBC-B team now with a 7,000 gold lead. They picked up their second, maybe their third Dragon of the game here. They're sitting 4 turrets to 3. They're now up 1 kill as well, seeing a bit of a turnaround here. Maokai looking for his red buff, and Mumu engaging onto blue. I believe that blue buff will be getting handed over onto Ahri. Morgana looking for a dark binding against the Janna. Potentially has used her sweep, but will not clear out the ward, though no will manage to clear out the ward. Looking to make her way towards that Pixel Bush, spot out the Vision Ward as well. Sight Ward comes down, Sight Ward goes down into the Pixel Bush. She will spot out the Vision Ward. Janna looking to clear out the Sight Ward. Dark binding will come through, not able to connect, but she has forced Janna back off that one more attack onto the Sight Ward. But the Vision Ward goes, the Sight Ward goes down, the Vision Ward goes down. A bit of an exchange for wards, but Morgana gets a little bit more gold for that. Alright, Lucian and Ahri clearing out the Wraith camp. Nar looking pressure into the top lane, though Jace is responding to it. Lucian begins to recall from his side of the jungle. Again, guys, a fairly close game so far, at least as far as kills and turrets are concerned. Corki, however, has a huge farm advantage over the Lucian. Nar and Jace have closed that gap a little bit, meaning that the Lucian-Corki lane is the largest diverging lane. Looking like mid and top even out the differences. Nar having about a 20 farm advantage over the Jace, and Syndra having roughly a 10 farm advantage over the Ahri, meaning that the overall farm advantage for the pro team currently is roughly Corki's farm amount minus 10. And of course, while I was talking about that, Nar goes full ham into Jace, picks up a kill behind the inner tier turret, and we're also heading into the top lane looking to try and save the Nar, who's being collapsed onto by the entire UMBC-B team. Unfortunately, he may have saved Nar, or at least allowed Nar to try and execute himself, but it will cost Amumu his life. Nar sitting in the red team base will begin to recall here potentially. No, he's just going to sit there. Begins taking the turret hits though, takes 1, takes 2, and he does get executed. Apparently sitting in the base a few extra seconds just to make sure he wouldn't accidentally hand somebody on the purple team a kill. Morgana looking for pressure against that mid lane inner turret. Ahri coming back in against the Syndra, gets stunned down though. Maokai continues the engagement. Janna also doing a bit of damage here. Ahri down to finish. She flashes out, continues the dash. Morgana utilizing her ultimate will go down fairly quickly though. Taunt coming out from the Ahri onto Maokai. Ahri going down here, 2 damage from the Janna, and Lucian gets stunned out behind his turret as the ultimate coming through from Janna to keep the Corki alive. Corki sitting at about 300 HP after that exchange. However, all 5 members of the UMBC-B team are still alive and available to contest onto this mid lane inner turret, seeing all 5 members now siege down onto this turret. 2 seconds till Morgana comes back up, 15 seconds more for the Ahri to come back onto the map. UMBC-B team will clear out the wolf camp from the blue side, looking for a blue buff steal as well. But no, they may be aware that blue is not currently on the map, looking to siege down into the top lane. Though Nar is there to contest it. Lucian making his way up as well. This top lane, inner turret, down to a quarter of his HP already. Maokai continuing the damage. Lucian, Jace and Syndra looking to get a few more attacks. They will pick up an inner tier turret there. Going to be now 6 turrets for 3 as UMBC-B team has removed all of the inner tier turrets from that. Culling coming out from Lucian, picks up a shutdown onto the Syndra. Lucian now quite content with his gameplay. Knowing Syndra picked up that quadra killer, he just got a huge amount of gold and can say, I killed that Syndra. Action will continue though. Nar getting very low here against Maokai. Lucian coming back in against Maokai. Dark binding and not able to connect on him, but the taunt from Ahri will be enough. They pick up up that kill. Looks like blue team will engage onto Baron here as well, but Janna and Corki are available to contest. Ari going over the wall, engages onto the Janna, but gets engaged back onto by the Corki. Ari will go down. Nar also Fairlock are going to be a 4 versus 2 fight. They're going to fall off of their Baron hopes. Blue side making their way back onto their half of the map. Janna looking for a few more swords placed down around the Baron pit. Nar, Lucian, and Amumu, as well as the Morgana, will all begin to recall here. Engaging onto Baron is always one of those tough decisions, and at the 28-minute mark, 29-minute mark, it's still fairly early to take it, though this is roughly when we see most of the higher level teams choose to initiate on it, assuming that they've made a nice pick or picked up a couple of kills against their opponents. And indeed, we did see Kugang pick up 2, I believe, maybe 3 kills against UMBC-B team there, and they engaged onto Dragon, but Corki was able to engage back onto Ari, pick up that kill, which was enough to scare Kugang off of that Baron attempt. Corki and Janna potentially being able to steal it from them. They didn't really want to risk handing Baron over onto their opponents or losing too many more lives in their attempt for it. Seeing Corus, I believe, just take down a dragon there, or look to clear out wards from the dragon pit. Not quite sure if dragon was available on the map. I got myself a little bit distracted. They're now going to begin to siege down back into the mid lane here. Again, we're seeing UMBC-B team with only a 1 kill advantage. They are, however, up 3 turrets and I believe a couple of dragons, as well as a huge amount of farm in the bottom lane. Corki nearing his 300 farm mark, while Lucian has just broached the 200 mark. And this definitely answered the question about their last dragon play. They were clearing out a vision for the dragon play. Dragon has just come back onto the map, but they will take it down, securing them roughly a 9,000 gold lead in this matchup. A little bit of a lull in the action here. Taking a look at the ward placement here. Pro side with a few aggressive wards, as well as that 1 vision ward around their mid lane inner turret. A few wards placed down by the blue side as well, mainly defensive wards. So site wards being placed on their half of the map. Of course, that is the result of the current game situation. Despite them having those outer tier turrets down, they have lost their inner tier turrets from all lanes as well. UMBC-B team has roughly an 8,000 gold advantage, has been doing very well in this game, despite it being fairly close as far as kill score at the very least is concerned. Seeing UMBC-B team pick up a kill onto both Amumu and Lucian, which is going to allow them to set up for a Baron play. Of course, Kugang is going to try and respond by taking down the mid lane inner turret. They're going to just get to that turret while the pro side begins to collapse onto them, however. This could be a huge throw in favor of UMBC-B team. Nar taking a little bit of punishment will cancel his recall. Morgana directly under the Nars while I hadn't even spotted her out. Seeing 4 members of UMBC-B team engage onto the mid lane inhibitor. Culling will come out from Lucian while Janna tanks that turret, not even waiting for their minion wave to arrive. Corki also taking a turret here. Jace will throw his gate through at the blue team. I do apologize, guys. Amumu coming back in range. It will be a 3 versus 5 defense, 5 versus 5 defense as Nar and Morgana make their way in as well. Jace responding to pressure in the bottom lane here. Seeing 4 members of UMBC-B team, however, still try and siege down into the mid. Looking like they may rotate into the top lane here, as minions have nearly reached that top lane inner turret. Now, however, is also rotating into the top lane to relieve that pressure. Looks like UMBC-B team will make the right call and stay in the mid lane here. Lucian almost going down, gets out with about 25 HP remaining. Corki, Maokai, Janna, and Syndra all in the mid here. Mumu looking to make a play, will not go in though. Gnar will choose to go in, going to be all by himself. However, Maokai looking to not engage directly against Gnar. Gnar has been doing fairly well for a team, sitting 6-2-5 right now. And we see Jace go down to becoming a potential overextension there by UMBC-B team. I do apologize, I was looking at the Twitch chat. There's some interesting comments coming out. Gnar continuing engagement here against Maokai. Maokai could be in trouble. The ultimate comes out from Janna, keeping him alive at least for the time being. Gnar looks to flash back in here. Maokai wrapping back around the Syndra will come through, stuns out the Gnar. Damage coming back in, pumping down onto the Gnar. Also Corki being cut out by the Amumu Lucian pair. Corki will go down to Lucian. Morgana using her ultimate, uses her Zhonya as well, locks down, I believe, Maokai and Syndra in that exchange, but Gnar takes a stun from the Janna or the Syndra. Not quite sure who managed to stun with the Gnar, but Gnar, with about 100 HP, heals back up to 300 HP. A huge play here. Gnar somehow still alive after that exchange. Another stun coming out from the Syndra. Morgana has been locked down. Morgana down to about 100 HP now. Janna and Syndra looking to escape this fight as Ahri is still fully healthy. Gnar still looking to pursue this, pick up an additional assist or even a kill for himself potentially. Will begin to recall from the Tri-Bush though. Alright guys, seeing a 19-4-19 kill score in this matchup. The UMBC-B team, however, has a 3-turret and a number of dragons in their advantage. Roughly a 10,000 gold difference between these two teams, but we are approaching the 40-minute mark in this matchup. So seeing them 10,000 gold apart, not quite as large as it would have been 20 minutes ago. Alright, so picking up a blue buff here while everybody tries to reset things. I believe the Baron buff has ticked off of the red team, or all the members have gone down, eliminating it from them. Again, Kugang doing very well here against UMBC-B team, who we've seen dominate every matchup so far. Seeing them even in kills and only down to 3 turrets and 10 gold, surviving to the 40-minute mark is a first against the purple side tonight. Ahri looking to engage against the Syndra advantage. I believe an ultimate just came up from Syndra. Ahri has been punished for her advantage, but Black Shield will come out to keep her safe through any potential additional exchange, but they're going to disengage that fight. Now looking for a little bit more poke. Corki, Janna, and Syndra now looking to come back in for their team. Jace also getting pressure into the top lane while Maokai returns to the map. Slew of pings coming out into the upper half of the jungle on the on the blue side of the map. You're seeing 3 members of UMBC-B team. Gnar potentially getting caught out here. Gnar looking to make his escape though. No inner turret available to him. The stun from Syndra will not connect, and he will survive that by taking almost no punishment for it. UMBC-B team looking to siege down into the mid lane inhibitor turret here. Turret has lost just below half its HP. There are 5 defenders from Kugang looking to keep that alive. The sweeper coming out from Kugang. However, a sight ward comes out after the sweeper's been utilized. I believe the sight ward will stay up. No, Lucian manages just enough attacks to finish it off. Maokai looking to engage on that inhibitor. Inhibitor down to a quarter HP. Inhibitor turret will be going down here. I believe a few more auto attacks, but they choose to re-engage onto the Gnar. Maokai sticking to Gnar like I don't know, a Maokai sticking to a Gnar, I suppose. Cinder gets us on to Ari. Her ultimate will come through, and Ari will go down as well. Inhibitor in the mid lane going down from Kugang. UMBC-B team now up 14,000 gold. They have a 3-kill and 5 turret advantage. As I go to save for it, swaps over as they pick up that Nexus turret. Who's taking a little bit of punishment. Sorry, Corky taking a little bit of punishment. Lucian will flash away. Also coming up there from the Janna, as well as the Maokai. I believe Morgana will quickly go down. However, Maokai will go down. So it's going to be a 5-for-1 exchange. This is going to be the game, guys, in favor of UMBC-B team. They're emerging victorious in the semifinals, heading into the finals matchup for this evening. Of course, Kugang has one more game to play. They're going to be heading into the bronze match, facing off against C8 Nom. Again, guys, that was the semi-finals for tonight's open bracket tournament from Not So Stock Gaming. Looking to get our finals matchup started up momentarily here. Again, we just saw UMBC-B team emerge victorious from their 4th round of play, choosing to stream them in round 1. We've followed them through every game. For those of you not aware, we do pick a more or less random game in round 1 to stream, and then follow the winners of that game through into round 2, winners of that game into round 3, and so forth, into the finals. And I had a member from UMBC-B team message me earlier on in the evening saying, "Hey, we're playing tonight, can you stream us?" And I was like, you know what? You have a round 1 game. I haven't picked anybody yet. Yes, I'll join you. And we've followed them all the way through tonight into the finals matchup. Our finals matchup is going to be UMBC-B team for their first time tonight on the blue side of the map. And they're going to be playing against Spreek Don't Scream. And actually, looking down the bracket here, Spreek Don't Scream started out with a round 1 bye, played their round 2 game on the blue side, round 3 game on the blue side, and their semi-finals game on the blue side as well. So these teams are both playing their current sides of the map for the first time tonight. A little bit of an interesting situation. Again, looking for my invite into that round 5 semi-finals. I apologize. It's not the semi-finals anymore. We just saw UMBC-B team win out that semi-finals matchup. We're heading into the finals matchup, guys. Again, this is an open bracket tournament where anybody that has 16 champions is free to participate. We have our semi-pro bracket tomorrow night, starting at the same time, where summoners must be ranked between gold and diamond to play. Again, that's gold 5 and diamond 1 in the solo queue ratings in order to be able to play. Followed by our amateur bracket tournament on Sunday evening, again starting at the same 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time start time, where those summoners must be between bronze 5 and gold 1 in order to play. So a little bit of a better chance for the lower tier teams. We saw a few mainly gold teams coming out tonight, so a huge thank you to them for coming out. And a bit of a reminder that we have other events where you'll have better chances of making it farther through the night. Spreek in Twitch chat says he will try not to scream. Again, guys, this game is going to be between UMBC-B team on the blue side and Spreek Don't Scream on the purple side. Spreek says he'll try not to scream, but I'm not giving you guys any guarantees. I'm not giving you guarantees. I won't be screaming either, of course. But we are seeing an invite go out to Spreek coming into this game. First time we're seeing a Masters tier summoner tonight. Of course, Masters and Challengers are allowed in the open bracket. I'm going to join up his team, say I'm Challenger, just to be a dick. Ooh, I can't say that. Again, guys, heading into the finals matchup here tonight, we have UMBC-B team playing on the blue side with Spreek Don't Scream playing on the purple side. Again, a little tidbit of information: UMBC-B teams played all of their matches in tonight's tournament on the purple side of the map, while Spreek Don't Scream has played all of theirs on the blue side of the map. So both teams coming in the first time tonight playing on their respective sides of the map. I will move myself back down into spectator slot though, so that they can get their final 2 summoners into the lobby here, and we'll be able to get our round 5 finals matchup underway. Indian Law in Twitch chat asking if you can get a prize for spectating. For those of you not aware, if we reach 100 viewers throughout our tournaments, we do a $10 RP code giveaway. When you guys are behaving very, very well, we'll occasionally do them at 50 viewers as well. Currently seeing us sitting around 24. I think our peak was just below 50 this evening. Getting some bets on a Viger support coming this matchup. I have to question the tactics of that one, though I've seen it done successfully before. He's not a standard support pick. We have Spreek and Screaming in the lobby this evening. A little bit of synergy from those summoner names. A Little Aura, Ender, a Wigan, and the Amber Tea House. I'm going to assume that Spreek isn't supposed to scream in the Amber Tea House, but I'm not quite sure where the aura comes into things. Oh, it's Laura. It's a Little Laura. Maybe Spreek was screaming at a Little Laura in the Amber Tea House, and it ended her a Wigan. That was terrible. Oh my. Alright, finals matchup. Let's get us started before Dark Corp says anything else even more embarrassing. Alright, and taking a look at these two teams tonight, seeing again a second Masters tier summoner coming in here. Let's take a look if those are solo queue or team rankings for those summoners. Heading over to the Amber Tea House. Looks like that's going to be a Masters solo queue ranking, so congratulations to him, as well as Spreek with his Masters tier. See where he's sitting at, 123 games. I would suspect that is solo queue, and indeed, it is a solo queue Masters ranking. So the mainly Diamond with 1 Platinum 1 team on the blue side tonight is UMBC-B team. Also, Spreek Don't Scream with their mainly Diamond, but partially Masters tier as well team coming in on the purple side. Alright, Screaming says, don't ban Moo, or is that Nunu? Don't ban Nunu. Thought he was saying not to ban a Moo, because, you know, nobody likes when a Moo is banned out. But he's saying Nunu has to be played here, that little Yeti rider. And we're going to be into champion selection here, guys. Again, it is UMBC-B team playing on the blue side tonight. Undefeated through 4 rounds of play so far, with Spreek Don't Scream playing on the purple side. Undefeated through 3 rounds of play, with that round 1 bye awarded to them. Both of these teams currently undefeated in tonight's Not So Stock Gaming Open Bracket Tournament. Unfortunately, one team has to lose here. One of them will be our first place finishers, going home with 3200 RP and that coveted Triumphant Rise skin, while one will be going home with 2400 RP for each of their final 5 summoners. Seeing Hecarim as the first band coming out from UMBC-B team, followed up by Syndra getting banned out by Spreek Don't Scream, a Jinx band coming out from UMBC-B team, and Gnar getting banned out again by Spreek Don't Scream, followed up by a Rumble band from UMBC-B team, and the final band from the purple side will be revealed within the next 20 seconds. Oh wait, this isn't Jeopardy, it's League of Legends. Alright, back to things at hand though. Waiting those last few seconds for the third band to come out from Spreek Don't Scream. It will be an Amumu ban. Saw someone saying not to ban a Nunu, and I commented on Amumu. Maybe that's a respect ban for me, or maybe it's a respect ban for UMBC-B team's strong performance on Amumu in their last game. Syndra and Gnar also likely being targeted bans coming to this matchup. Not quite sure about the Hecarim, Jinx, and Rumble. I think we've seen Rumble banned out fairly reliably by UMBC-B team, but Hecarim and Jinx, this is a first seeing them banned out in tonight's tournament, so those could be targeted or researched bans. Ender DJ locking in Aurelia for pick on. Also Spreek hovering over Evelynn. I have not seen Evelynn played very frequently recently. Would be interesting to see her coming into this matchup. A little bit of a different playstyle from the rest of the meta junglers in Evelynn. Looking like Evelynn and Mayokai will be locked in here. Spreek and Ender O'Wigan selecting their champions. Not quite sure how that's going to work out. I guess we're going to have Mayokai in the top lane with Evelynn as their jungler. Though at that level of play, they could look to change things up a bit. We could see a bit of a cheese composition coming out, though only time will tell. Linim and Hikaru Shindo hovering over their champions here. Well, Hikaru Shindo doing so anyways. Linim still waiting to select that champion. We could see a Suo played for the second time tonight, though Zed is also being hovered over. And again, guys, we are heading into our finals matchup for the evening. The winners of this matchup will be our first place victorious team, while the second place team will be determined by the losers of this matchup. Of course, we have our bronze match happening currently as well. What is he hovering over? That is a Viger. Someone predicted a Viger support coming into this matchup, wondering if we've just seen Viger locked in as the UMBC-B team support pick. Again, the cheese compositions. Jarvan 4 also locked in here by Linim. Suspect that Aurelia and Jarvan 4 will be trading those champions around, knowing that Andrew DJ has selected their top laner, or suspecting he's done so, for Picon. Linim not having Smite, knowing he's not going to be their jungler, and Jarvan 4 the most likely pick for their jungle, waiting on now a little Laura and Screaming to pick up their champions for this matchup. Again, we've seen UMBC-B team playing all the way from round 1 into this finals matchup. We've not yet seen Spreek Don't Scream play on tonight's stream, though they have won 3 games to make their way into this finals matchup. Screaming may opt to lock in Sivir here. Janna also being hovered over. Sivir, one of my favorite ADCs, but not very popular in the current meta. And the Sivir-Janna pair will be locked in. Indeed, I am looking forward to this finals matchup, guys. Also, a brief warning that as we get into the spectator delay, I will once again be taking a brief leave of absence, but after that 3-minute period does expire, I shall return, take a quick look at the load screen, and cast this finals matchup for you guys as we get onto the Rift. Lover's X Requiem hovering over a Sarath pick here. We've seen him play Sarath fairly successfully in previous games. Picon also waiting to pick up a champion here, looking for an ADC to get locked in. Sarath will be swapped out for an Orianna pick here potentially, and Lucian will be hovered over by Picon. Linim, you're lying, bro. I apologize, guys. Linim just said in Twitch that I'm pronouncing his name correctly. That is the first time I think anybody has ever said I have pronounced their name correctly. Normally I'm butchering names left, right, and center. So thank you. If I'm saying it right still, awesome. If not, well, back to normal. Alright, so the Lucian Orianna have been locked in here by UMBC-B team. Hands things over to the Amber Tea House, and we may get to see another Ahri coming into a matchup tonight. We've seen a lot of Ahri played against UMBC-B team. They've done fairly well countering it so far. I believe they may have played one Ahri game as well, though I could be mistaken about that. Getting a little bit confused about who's been on which side. I think Ahri has always been on the blue side tonight, and until this matchup, UMBC-B team was playing on the purple side, so I don't think they've played her just against her this evening. Alright, and now 45 seconds remaining for the summoners to finalize their runes masteries and summoner spells, as well as trade around those champions should they still need to. And then we'll be into that 3-minute spectre delay where I will take my brief absence, and I shall return once again as we get into load screen and onto the Rift. Also checking my match reports here, it appears that actually I don't have a match report there. Alright, anyways guys, 2 seconds for spectator delay, so I'm going to take my brief absence here, and I will be returning in 3 short or long, depending how you enjoy your silence minutes. So, BRB. Dark Orb shall be returning again, guys, heading into the finals matchup. Blue side is UMBC-B team, and purple side is Spreek Don't Scream, so stay tuned and don't miss this one. Seeing everybody quickly purchase their items, or not so quickly for some of these summoners, waiting on Aurelia to make her purchases and make her way out of the base here. And there we go, opting for a flask start on the Aurelia, likely taking a few extra seconds. Not sure how to start the matchup here against the Maokai. Again, guys, we're going to have Aurelia versus Maokai in the top lane. Looks like Jarvan 4 and Evelynn for the junglers. Potentially Veigar and Lucian in the bottom lane against the the Janna Sivir bottom lane pair, with Orianna and Ahri in the mid lanes. Again, guys, this is a finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's open bracket tournament. We have UMBC-B team on the blue side, with Spreek Don't Scream on the purple side.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Alright, a prediction from Crayon's Natcha. That game goes 28-43. If we are exactly on that second when I see a Nexus pop, I'm going to give that guy a mystery skin, because that would just be too impressive. Crayon, you can add a Dark Corpse in-game. I think there's room on my friends list still. If not, I'll do some purging later. I tend to have to purge my friends list about 3 times a week. Once for the open event, once for the semi-pro event, and once for the amateur event, since I do tend to sit around that 300 mark between participants adding me and needing for admin issues and questions. Blah 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 blah. Anyways, matchup at hand, guys. We have UMBC-B team on the blue side, with Spreek Don't Scream on the purple side for a finals matchup. We're not seeing a whole lot of level 1 shenanigans here. Buffs are up onto the map as I say that. Looks like Evelynn has started with her red buff in the top lane, while Jarvan 4 opts for his bottom lane buff as his red as well. Both junglers starting on their red camps, going to see Jarvan 4 effecting a gank into the mid or top first, while Evelynn potentially is looking for a early bottom lane gank. Apologize for my silence there, guys. Taking a look at the lanes here. Ahri's picked up an early advantage over Orianna, though it is a minimal advantage. Sivir and Lucian are fairly even, while Maokai and Aurelia appear to be deadlocked. A sapling will come out from Maokai, but does not connect onto the Aurelia. Seeing Veigar as support is a little bit odd into this bottom lane. Hikaru Shindo doesn't seem to be giving up any ground though, and indeed Evelynn will come in for an early gank into the bottom lane, but will fall off that blue side, pinging out around where the Evelynn is looking for a pick onto Evelynn. Potentially no, just saying that they just know she's coming, but they can't know she's coming, and not quite sure what those blue side pings were. Jarvan 4 affecting a gank into the top lane, misses the EQ combo though, and takes a turret hit for his efforts. Evelynn effecting her gank in the bottom lane has now been spotted as she's begun auto-attacking the Veigar. However, Veigar down only about 200 HP. There has utilized a health potion. Indeed, someone predicted Veigar support from Twitch chat. Not sure if it was Hikaru Shindo himself, giving us a little bit of a pre-warning, or if it was one of his friends who just knows what he likes to play when he gets serious. Of course, getting serious on Veigar support, not what I'd expect. Evelynn coming in from behind the Lucian Veigar pair. Has him sorted, but gets a fair amount of damage onto Veigar. Lucian taking a fair amount of pressure, while he gets caught out by the Q from the Janna. Flash coming out from both Evelynn and Lucian in that exchange. Lucian will get out with about 200 HP. Maokai doing alright in the top lane. Looks like Jarvan 4 was going to recall from the top lane. Again, activates his recall, but is going to come back in onto the Maokai. Will he come back in onto that Maokai? Looks like Aurelia may be forced out of the lane, but Jarvan 4 will come in as well. Maokai making his way down towards the river will effect a ward into the river bush for himself, and Jarvan 4 will make his way back into the jungle, leaving Aurelia in the top lane. It appears she is being pressured by Maokai, but is up 7 farm over him currently. More action in the bottom lane where Veigar's gotten fairly low. Sivir and Janna doing very well against the Lucian Veigar pair. Of course, Evelynn did effects 2 early ganks. Aurelia goes back in against Maokai, takes a punishment for it though. Aurelia down to about 100 HP, has activated health block. Maokai down to 200 health as well. Maokai chooses not to pursue Aurelia into the fight. Aurelia flashes back into Maokai as her cooldowns come down, but does not do quite enough damage to finish off. Now 100 HP for both those summoners. Jarvan 4 comes in to pick up first blood. A little bit of a delayed reaction there for him, but it's enough to pick up a kill. Not quite sure if he was looking to steal that away from Aurelia or just to get the assist for himself. Lucian now fairly low in the bottom lane will recall while Viger recalls as well. This will leave Janna and Sivir alone in the bottom lane to affect a farm advantage for the Sivir. Sivir are sneaking up 5 farm, will be fairly well played to do so. Clearing out that wave, I believe they will quickly begin to recall as well and try to get back out to lane without allowing the Lucian-Viger pair too much time alone. Taking up the mid lane, Ahri has a slight advantage over Orianna as well. Aurelia, the only solo laner, or the only laner, I should say, out farming her opposition for the blue team. Again, guys, it is UMBC-B team on the blue side, facing off against Spreek Don't Scream on the purple side. Seeing the jungler named Spreek, and I believe their top laner named Screaming. Indeed, it is their top laner named Screaming. An interesting choice for their team name. Of course, an interesting choice for their summoner names as well. Evelyn coming in for a gank into the mid lane. Orianna has nice, but it will spot her out here. Ahri getting fairly low against Orianna. Exhaust has come through, but Orianna will be going down. Exhaust has come onto her. She will go down to the Ahri. Now a 1-for-1 kill score here. Seeing the gold score still in favor of UMBC-B team, despite all lanes aside from their top lane. No, including their top lane now down a little bit in farm. Those farm divergences not growing in favor of the purple side. However, they are shrinking down to about 5 CS apiece. Aurelia once again picking up an advantage over the Maokai in the top lane. Viger looking for poke against the Sivir. I believe she just activated her spell shield. That could be a shield coming out from the Janna. I apologize, indeed, that is a shield coming out from the Janna. Q connecting onto both the Lucian and Viger from Janna as well. Janna doing very well for her team so far. Sivir sitting up 46 farm to Lucian's 38. Of course, the Viger support may not be playing so well into their favor. Lucian and Viger are looking for a ward into the blue buff pit of the purple side. They will not quite spot out the Evelyn, however. Evelyn recalling from her wolf camp. There's going to be action into the top, and an ultimate coming out from the Aurelia as she reaches level 6. May have been an ultimate coming through from Maokai as well, but I think I missed that one. Poking out from Ahri in the mid lane. I believe that just connected onto Orianna. Boomerang coming out from the Sivir manages to connect both of those hits onto Lucian. At this early point of the game, not doing nearly as much damage as you expect from a Sivir Q. Taking a look at itemization, Lucian and Sivir are fairly even, though Sivir has opted to pick up boots for herself. Lucian getting able to poke onto Sivir as he gets the minions pushed directly onto her turret. He is still, however, sitting down about 12 farm under Sivir, and she will be able to pick up additional last hits onto her turret. Vigor will begin to recall from the bottom lane bush. Evelyn may be heading in for a gank towards the bottom lane, or maybe looking for some counter drill. Blue side ping coming out onto where Evelyn is standing. Once again, that is a vision warp, so she has been spotted out. Lucian looking to reclose that farm gap in the bottom lane is, however, by himself currently. Boomerang comes over, will connect on Lucian as Sivir and Janna both reach level 6. Viger is nowhere in sight. He is actually in the mid lane currently, not quite sure what he's doing up there, looking for a little bit of roam potential against the Ahri. Ahri, however, is behind her turret, currently getting a little bit of farm. Sivir and Janna looking to engage on Lucian. Lucian by himself, so they would have done well to hard engage onto him. Viger making his way back into the bottom lane. Evelyn also into the bottom lane, has not yet been spotted out, will be spotted out here though. She will engage onto the Evelyn, the prison from a Viger, enough to slow their advance, but not enough to save Lucian. Lucian will go down to the 3-man assault from Spreek Don't Scream, evening out the kill score at 2 apiece for these teams. Are getting a fair amount of damage onto Orianna in the mid lane, as well as the top lane going to re-engage here. Exhaust coming out onto Ahri, but Orianna will go down. despite trying to mitigate all of that damage. Now a 3-4-2 kill score in favor of Spreek Don't Scream. We have a deadlocked gold score. Now actually 100 in favor of UMBC-B team. The UMBC-B team is doing fairly well for themselves. Seeing Jarvan 4 looking for pressure against the Ahri. Ahri will walk into his turret and she will go down. A little bit of a misplay potentially there from the Ahri. Not quite sure if she was looking for an escape route or simply knew she was doomed. Maokai taking pressure from Aurelia in the top lane will make his way back towards his outer turret. He will however stay into lane. Viger looking for farm in the bottom lane here. Takes a few last hits from Lucian, but Lucian will make his way back into lane and get a couple for himself as well. Maokai looking like he may be zoned fairly efficiently against that top lane outer turret. Aurelia will be pushing minions into the turret though, so he will be able to resume farming again, despite being down about 15 CS at this point. Jarvan 4 actually looking for a gank against Maokai. Aurelia will hard engage under the turret. Maokai down to about 2 HP, will go down. Evelynn coming in for a counter gank, will not get there in time though. Sivir getting this pressure against this bottom lane turret, and Janna will return into lane as well. Lucian looking like he may be successful clearing out the last few minions though. Sivir will not finish off the turret. Has about 2 auto attacks with health remaining on it. Sivir and Janna will be smart to take down, to siege into this bottom lane. If they're looking for control in the bottom lane, looking for roam into the mid lane, though it can also be advantageous to leave that turret alive a little bit longer despite it being low. Or should they leave it in? Should Viger and Lucian choose to roam mid, they would take it with minion pressure, I suppose, which would again make it a much safer situation for Lucian and Viger to farm, at least on their side of the map. Taking a look at those farmers, Sivir has picked up a 30 CS score lead over the Lucian. Also Evelynn clearing out another vision ward placed down by the blue side. Currently a 4-3 kill score in favor of UMBC-B team. Again, they're playing against Spreek Don't Spreek. Spreek Don't Scream. Whew. On the purple side, UMBC-B team on the blue side. Seeing UMBC-B team with roughly a 1,000 gold advantage. Once again, this game doing very well for themselves. Evelynn coming in for a gank in the top lane. Aurelia could have bitten off a little bit more than she can chew here. And indeed, Aurelia will go down, once again evening out the gold score. Now a 700 gold difference between these two teams. I apologize, evening out the kill score. Or looking for damage against Ahri. Ahri will fall off of that advancement. Jarvan 4 also coming in for a gank. Ping has come out from the purple side, looking for assistance there, looking to keep herself safe. Actually, Evelynn and Maokai, since that's taking down the first turret of the game. The top lane outer turret will go down. UMBC-B team looking to respond to that by setting up for an early dragon, well, not so early dragonfly, as we are at the 13-minute mark in this game. They will be successful taking down a dragon, so they will maintain their gold advantage here. Getting reports that our secondary event has concluded. Looks like Hasta Luego emerged victorious over Calvin Trolls in the finals match of our secondary event, so congratulations to all of our finalists in the secondary tournament. I apologize, our bronze match is still underway, so we do not know the 3rd and 4th place positions out, though we know who the top 4 teams are, and our 1st and 2nd places have been determined in the secondary event. Of course, we are still in the finals matchup for our main event. Both our finals and bronze matchups currently underway for our main event, seeing a 4-2-4 kill score between UMBC-B team on the blue side and Spreek Don't Scream on the purple side. UMBC-B team actually has a 1,000 gold advantage at this point in the game, despite Lucian being down about 30 farm to Sivir. Seeing other lanes looking a little bit more even, Aurelia and Orianna actually having a slight advantage over their laning opposition. For those of you not aware who may have missed the pre-game screen, UMBC-B team is a mostly diamond team with their 1 platinum 1 summoner, while Spreek Don't Scream is a mostly diamond team with 2 masters tier summoners. So seeing UMBC-B team do as well as they're doing is fairly impressive, though the Masters tier teamwork may be resulting in those objectives getting pushed down as we see that second turret of UMBC-B teams get removed from the map. So despite being even in kills and up 2 turrets, I apologize, even in kills and even in gold, UMBC-B team is now down 2 turrets to Spreek Don't Scream. So Spreek Don't Scream, despite being up 2 turrets and even in kills, does not have a gold advantage. So that dragon going down to UMBC-B team has played in their advantage, as well as I am not quite sure where the remainder of that gold is coming from. Aurelia also in a little bit of trouble in the top end. Ari's taunt will connect, and that's going to be a little bit too much for her to handle there. Now a 5 for 4 kill score now in favor of Spreek Don't Scream. Ari going to continue the game, but gets stunned out by Viger. No, will not get stunned out as she drops not to move. Throws a few more skill shots and will make her way off of the engagement as Viger's Rune Prison removes itself from the map. Bit of damage coming out from Orianna onto Makai. Makai has been slowed. More damage coming out from the Orianna, but he will flash to safety. Talking out from the Ari. Jaden 4 going to lance in. Although coming out onto Makai. Also coming out from Janna to try and keep Maokai alive. This fight will continue. Jarvan 4 getting fairly low here. Maokai somehow still alive. It's a shutdown for Evelyn as Jarvan 4 goes down. Orianna also very low in that exchange. Will level up here. They're getting himself back at about 400 HP. Seeing Ari and Maokai begin to recall while Janna tries to wrap around, potentially looking for a play against the very low Orianna. Q coming in will actually connect. Auto attack coming through as well. Little bit of shield coming off from the Orianna ball. Orianna not quite having enough damage to finish things off there. Did have a vision on Orianna. That was a great play by the Spreek Don't Scream team support. Aurelia once again biting off a little bit more than she can shoot, this time in the mid lane. Aurelia will go down again here. Ari and Evelyn picking up one more kill for the team. Now a 7-4 kill score in favor of Spreek Don't Scream. They have picked up a 1,000 gold advantage over UMBC. A little bit of a turnaround here. UMBC-B team will respond by taking their first turret of the game here. They've lost their top and bottom lane outers, but they've now taken the mid lane outer turret from Spreek Don't Scream. Spreek Don't Scream has a 3-kill lead over UMBC-B team with that 7-4 kill score. They're also up 1 turret currently, so I believe UMBC-B team has picked up the only dragon of the game. A bit of damage coming out onto Evelyn from the Orianna Lucian pair, while Spreek Don't Scream tries to siege down in this mid lane, responding to their mid lane outer turret being taken, potentially by taking the outer turret from UMBC-B team as well. Going to be a 5 versus 4 fight. Aurelia going to be a little bit late to this one. But UMBC-B team, they've been playing on the purple side so much tonight. Almost got that one reversed. Again, it is Spreek Don't Scream on the purple side and UMBC-B team on the blue side for this matchup. Spreek Don't Scream opting to fall off of that siege, waiting for a second minion wave to come through. They will quickly eliminate those blue side minions. Aurelia makes her way back up into the top lane, potentially looking to split push down this top lane outer turret. Only 2 defenders remain from UMBC-B team in the mid lane, and Spreek Don't Scream will succeed taking down their 3rd turret of the game. Calling coming out from Lucian does not actually connect onto any members of Spreek Don't Scream, but it will force them out of the river. UMBC-B team will set up for their 2nd dragon of the game here. It looks like it could be contested, but it will go down before purple side can get in range. Q coming up from the Janna, action connects onto Jarvan 4. Rune Prison coming out from, or whatever prison coming out from the Vigar. Does not manage to lock anybody down, but Orianna will go down to Ari. Ari also going down there. More damage coming out from Jenna, has locked down the Jarvan for a Q coming out, will finish him off. Saber actually picks up the double kill there as Evelyn finishes off Jarvan for it. Evelyn picking up a double kill as well as the Aurelia goes down here. Lucian has affected a recall, making his way into the base. It looks like Spreek Don't Scream may set up for an early Baron here from that. They have 8 seconds until Viger and Orianna come back on that. Lucian is available to try and contest it. They have 4 summoners hammering away on Baron. Baron has lost a quarter of his HP. This is a 20-minute Baron being set up for here. Baron down to half HP. Lucian not able to respond, is in the mid lane farming against the mid lane pressure. Baron down just above a quarter of its HP. Baron down to a quarter HP. Viger and Orianna making their way towards the Baron pit. Baron down to about 400, 500 HP. Baron will go down to Spreek Don't Scream. And they have all 5 of their summoners live. I believe somebody was forced to recall from the Jenna. Might get cut out by the Viger, but will begin to recall from the Pix. But she has spotted Viger, but Viger has not spotted her. Sight word will come out. He has now spotted her out. But a Q comes out from the Jenna, and she affects her escape. All 5 members of Spreek Don't Scream now Baron in power. There are 11 kills to 5, 3 turrets to 2. They've now got a 3,000 gold advantage as we have just passed the 20-minute mark there. Baron, that early Baron, is going to play hugely into their favor. Aurelia looking to split push down this bottom lane inner turret though. Going to be responded to very heavily too by the Baron empowered Spreek Don't Scream. One more auto attack, she would have taken the bottom lane turret, so somebody's going to have to backdoor that one if they really want it. Viger, Lucian, and Orianna looking pressure in the mid lane, get about a quarter of the HP off that mid lane inner turret, and they're going to be forced off by 3 members of Spreek Don't Scream. Culling will be interrupted by a Q coming out from the Jenna. Orianna looking to put more damage onto Jenna. Jenna to have more pull coming out from the Lucian, and Maokai re-engages onto Orianna. Orianna looking to re-engage onto Jenna. No re-engages onto Maokai. Evelyn coming in from the side as well here. Exhaust coming out onto Evelyn. Lucian getting fairly low here. A bit of a heal has come through. Health potion also being utilized. Eager managed to lock down Evelyn momentarily, and Jarvan 4 re-engages onto the Jenna. Jenna's ultimate blasts him out of his own ultimate, however. Evelyn and Maokai re-engaging onto Jarvan 4. He will EQ combo out of that situation. Evelyn looking to continue the engagement against the Orianna Maokai, but will fall off of that, looking for pressure into the top lane instead. Maokai and Janna looking to push minions towards the the inner turret of the mid lane of UMBC-B team. Aurelia and Viger are there to defend it. They're going to rotate into the top lane instead, where only Orianna is available to defend that turret. Looking like she will actually recall while Jarvan 4 does as well. No, she cancels recall, going for a ball onto Janna. I believe Evelyn has also cancelled recall from the top lane. Sever looking to split push down into the bottom lane. Aurelia and Lucian will be responding to this. The bottom lane turret is, however, down to almost half of his HP already. Evelyn has been pinged out by the Viger, has now been spotted out by Viger as well. Gets a decent amount of damage on Evelyn as she gets caught out by the Orianna. A little bit of a premature ultimate potentially by the Orianna, using it on only one champion there. Just under 6 minutes remaining for whoever's prediction for this matchup ending at 28:43 was. If you're still in Twitch chat, remind me who your name was. If we do end at that point, I do owe you a mystery skin. Of course, I think UMBC-B team may have a little bit more than 5 minutes to play that to them, though they may have a little bit less as well. We'll see how Spreek Don't Scream continues in this matchup. They've only managed to pick up a 3,000 gold lead. They're up 7 kills, 1 turret, but they're down 2 dragons, which is keeping UMBC-B team fairly solidly into this match, despite Spreek Don't Scream actually picking up a 20-minute Baron there. So we are seeing UMBC-B team weather out that Baron. They've actually successfully defended some turrets during that Baron buff as well, so doing very well despite that little hiccup in their strategy. Looking like we've had another game that somebody is asking about prizing, and indeed C8 Nom has defeated... Who did they defeat in the bronze match. Looks like they defeated Ku Gang in the bronze match. So C8 Nom is our 3rd place team, while Ku Gang is our 4th place team for tonight's main event. Congratulations to those 2 finalist teams making it as far as they did. It's going to be a short time until your prizing arrives, hopefully. Again, we do report those victors to Riot. Try to do it on Monday. Sometimes takes a little bit longer, and then they're normally 24 to 72 hours until it goes out, but it can take up to 2 weeks depending how slow Riot really wants to be. But they've been really good lately, actually. So we say generally under a week for prizing, sometimes within 72 hours, sometimes 24 hours for our Sunday night events. But since we host 6 events over the weekend, we group them all together and report them all Monday night after everything is concluded. And I apologize for the distraction from the game. I believe I just saw a turret go down. Aurelia also pushing into the top lane here. We're seeing 3-4-3 turrets, so indeed a turret has gone down in favor of UMBC-B team. Going to be a huge fight breaking out in the mid lane. Lucian will quickly go down. Saber picking up that kill. Orianna will go down as well to the Ahri. ADC to the ADC. Mid laner to the mid laner. Hikaru Shindo getting very low, but Ahri not quite able to finish off the Veigar. J4 could be in trouble here as he engages onto the Sivir Evelyn pair, not quite in turret range. Veigar looking to make his way into the top lane, could survive that with his life, makes his way back into the pool here slowly. Aurelia also engaging against Maokai in the top lane as he responds to her split push. Could see that mid lane inner and potentially inhibitor turret going down as well to Spreek Don't Scream. Yeah, the inner turret will go down. Aurelia still duking it out against Maokai in the top lane, but Aurelia will go down. There are now 4 members alive from UMBC-B team, so I don't think Spreek Don't Scream can take that. No, they can take the inhibitor turret. Looking for the inhibitor here as well, potentially, but are going to be forced off of that objective as the inhibitor gets down to about half of its HP. In the matchup at hand, we are 26.5 minutes in, a 15-5 kill score. Seeing a 5-3 turret score as well, both of those in favor of Spreek Don't Scream. They've also picked up the first and only Baron of the game. Baron coming back up in about 35 seconds here. Dragon is currently on the map, and UMBC-B team will be setting up for their 3rd Dragon of the game. Blue side ping coming out towards their blue buff, looking like Orianna will be setting up for that, maybe assisted by the Aurelia or the Jarvan 4. Looking like Aurelia will come into range to assist it unless she's planning to take that away from Orianna. Looking at those scores, Aurelia is sitting 0-6-3, Orianna sitting 0-4-0, so neither one of them really in a great position to put it to work. Orianna will pick up the blue buff, hopefully maintain it for herself for a little while here. She is up about 25 farm over Ahri, but down those 4 kills under Ahri. Evelyn has been set up. The culling will come through from Lucian. Veigar getting very low here very quickly, and Evelyn still very healthy. Spreek Don't Scream may have an advantage coming in this fight. They are 15 kills to 5. They have roughly a 4,000 gold position. Not a huge gold or itemization advantage, but a distinct lead still at this point in the game. So approaching the 30-minute mark, seeing only a 4,000 gold divergence is not as significant as it could be for sure. Another fight will break in. Aurelia will quickly be eliminated from the map. Veigar being chased down here by Evelyn and Maokai. Saber looking to make her way into range as well. Maokai finishes off the Veigar. Arthur's re-engaging against her talent will connect, and that's going to be too much for him to handle. 3 members of UMBC-B team removed from the map. 28-33 has just gone by. Was it 43? Was it 33? I've got 5 more seconds. God, if they can finish it off in 3 seconds, no, they're not going to finish it off here. Orianna and Jarvan 4 looking to make a push into the Spreek Don't Scream mid lane. They'll get the mid lane inner turret, scaring Spreek Don't Scream enough that they're going to fall off of their mid lane advance, opting not to finish the game right there. Indeed, we're passing the 28-43 minute mark, now to the 29-minute mark. Unfortunately, the early prediction of how long the matchup would last was not completely accurate. Of course, being as close as they were, that inhibitor going down at the 28-30 minute mark, and then potentially being able to siege in onto the Nexus, it could have ended right when he thought it would have, and that was before we even got into champion selection, so good job with that prediction. More action at hand here, though. Aurelia will pick up the top lane inner turret for her team. Now a 6-5 turret score, actually in favor of UMBC-B team, despite them just losing their inhibitor. Now a 24-5 kill score as well here in favor of Spreek Don't Scream. They may be setting up for a Baron if they can, looking to pick up a kill onto Viger. If Viger does go down, I suspect they will be going quickly for a Baron play. Indeed, we are now seeing a Spreek Don't Scream set up for their second Baron of the game here. And Baron will go down here to Spreek Don't Scream. And purple side ping coming out towards the top lane inner turret. Mid lane does have super minions spawning currently against the blue side. Again, guys, it is UMBC-B team on the blue side with Spreek Don't Scream on the purple side here. Getting comments from TripTop Fiora in Twitch chat that UMBC could still turn this around. Indeed, guys, this is the 30-minute mark, only a 5,000 gold between these teams. It's still more or less anybody's game, despite a huge kill advantage for Spreek Don't Scream. It's going to be a double kill for Ari here. Ari on Spreek Don't Scream picks up the double kill. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade over Sivir going down. Ari getting very low here. Orianna will pick up the kill, going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Here, looking for a third kill to occur, but it might be onto Orianna. Sapling will connect onto her, and she will go down. Going to be a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Spreek Don't Scream. Ping's coming out towards the blue Nexus turrets. Looking like super minions have gotten into their base while they've been distracted. Lucian will be forced to recall here, but Evelyn will be connecting onto him. Nexus turret 1 going down to pressure from the super minions. These minions may end the game. Maokai and Diana looking to pressure into the top lane. Nexus turret number 2 will go down to the minions. Now no more turrets left to defend the Nexus, but Jarvan 4 has gotten into range. Inner turret in the top lane will go down. Aurelia looking to relieve pressure from those super minions in the mid lane. Looking like Viger will head towards the top lane to assist Jarvan 4. Evelyn from Spreek Don't Scream heading in, getting pressure into the bottom lane here. Evelyn making her way back in towards that bottom lane. Inner turret will be successful, taking it down, I believe. No, I'm prematurely hearing the turret go down. Indeed, she will, however, be successful taking it down as we see that blue team turret get destroyed. Lucian says it's his birthday and requests that Spreek Don't Scream effectively surrender at this point. Interesting strategy coming out from the blue side. Action onto Aurelia here. It's going to be a 3-versus-1 fight against her. Not quite sure why she was in the situation. Could have potentially been collapsed onto as she was pushing up into the lane. I wasn't quite paying as much attention as I should have been there. Jarvan 4 going to heavily engage in onto the purple side here while Culling comes out from Lucian. Evelyn getting very low. Jarvan 4 also getting very low. Will go down here. Going to be a 3-for-1 trade as Sivir picks up a double kill. Lucian and Aurelia as well as Jarvan 4 going down. That Orianna now going down as well. Only Viger left on the map here. Spreek Don't Scream is definitely in a great position to try and end this game. They have Baron. The mid lane Nexus turret mid lane Nexus has come back up. They're going to take down this bottom lane Nexus turret. Like they're going to quickly take down this inhibitor turret. Quickly take down the inhibitor as well. There are no Nexus turrets remaining. They can now focus directly onto the Nexus. Nexus goes down to down from a quarter HP, down to a half HP, down to a quarter HP. And my friends, I believe that is the game for Spreek Don't Scream, as they look to actually re-engage onto Aurelia, but they have only 100 HP remaining on the Nexus. The Nexus will go down. Alright guys, so that is Spreek Don't Scream as our first place team this evening. They emerged victorious over UMBC-B team, the team we followed all the way from round 1, who did so well making their way into the finals, will emerge as the second place team this evening. A great performance by both of those teams heading into our finals matchup though. And with that, that does actually conclude the last of our currently going matches. Double check the secondary turn to make sure the finals matchup has concluded. Yes, we had Hostel Luego emerge victorious over Calvin Trolls in that finals matchup with... I'm not sure who won the bronze match. Looks like the bronze match is still underway. Alright, I do apologize. We have one more matchup still going, maybe in both of our events here. Let me double check the bracket once again. Also, we have the bracket link posted back into Twitch chat for you guys before we go for the evening. But that does technically conclude our tournament stream. Just going to quickly go over the winners here. Taking a look here, yes, the main event has concluded, having reports from both the bronze match and the finals matchup for this evening. We have UMBC-B team defeated by Spreek Don't Scream. So Spreek Don't Scream, our #1 team tonight. Congratulations, guys. You deserved that victory. UMBC-B team making their way all the way from round 1 into the finals are our second place team this evening. They put up a valiant effort and will be rewarded for their participation, but not quite enough to defeat Spreek Don't Scream in that finals matchup. Also, C8 Nom winning their bronze match against Kugang, meaning C8 Nom is our third place team, with Kugang coming in 4th this evening. And congratulations to all of those teams, as well as a huge thank you to all of our viewers for coming out tonight and joining us. This is Dark Corpse, signing off for the night.